Gosh, oh boy, what a mess. What a mess. Okay. Trying to remember what this diagram was for. That's okay. I think that's sorted. That's okay. So many so many things in all this digital stuff today with processors and yeah, channels. Channels. Still, my CB radio's got 360, so I'll leave it there. Oh wow, that's good. I can feel the when I cough. Ooh, ah, ooh. I do that. I can feel the reverberation sound going against this because I'm holding it. Ooh, ooh, ooh. And I feel the reverberation because I'm holding it. You know. I'm smart. Yeah, you can actually use things like this in a room to certain advantages, certain materials. Thinking about it, and when bass waves or whatever impact onto that surface, and if you got, depending on how the where that's fitted in the room, and then attached some way to the floor. You should feel vibrations coming from the speakers as such. It's complicated, but it's the well, I would just say out. The principle of it is simple, but you know, it's working it out. The complexities as well, trial and error. But it's doable. Even when I do that, I can feel it because I'm holding it. Because I'm, because now I'm holding it with both hands, and and I can feel it reverberating onto the surface, and I can feel it. Kind of like a bass shaker, if you think about it in another way. In any case, I'm getting near to getting my the rest of the system all up and running. I'm getting near to that, so I'm making a leader cable up for that. So I could maybe partly have this connected, maybe sometime tonight, maybe tomorrow. So it's very, very complicated on how to do it, especially with the Dolby DS SDU4, the SDU4s down there. Whether I want to go with that connection or cut some corners or do some more experiments to see see what I can figure out with. I'll see how it goes. I'll just play it by ear. But I was thinking what these the side surrounds do with the Atmos. I believe they call it a pan through sort of thing, you know. call it I think they call it a pan through. So, for example, I'll just do 3. I'll just do 3 of the side surrounds. So 3 on each side wall. They also pan through round to the surround channel, onto the rear back as well with a 7.1, a Dolby Atmos signal. Encode, mix encode, decode, mix encode, decode. Yeah. Yeah. Mix. Encode. Yeah. So it'd be like mix encode, decode, mix encode, decode. So there's 1, there's 2, and there's 3. The surrounds have been recently configured, so if playing 5.1, that is regular surround channel, split surround, stereo surround, sound goes to both speakers all at the same time. But when in Atmos, Atmos mode, sound can pan from one speaker to the next, or there might be atmospheric sound playing through all of them simultaneously whilst moving. It's got to say like, here, have a if it's moving sort of thing, flowing, it'll be a Doppler sound shift sort of thing, and you get that Doppler sound shift. Something coming there and then passing, and then totally overhead, and then passing overhead away from you, and then moving sound rather than recorder sound. And it doesn't have any sense of scale or movement. Even if it's in mono, it doesn't sound like it's moving. It sounds like a static sound being recorded by a microphone, and it's not moving. It's just standing still. It doesn't have any movement, like the lightsaber. That's creating the movement. So they record he records the sound, and then he plays back the sound through a loudspeaker, and then picks up on a microphone. Basically, sort of more or less doing like something like a feedback. So I suppose if he got too near to it, you get a feedback, but you get a recording, and then you can move it around. So the sound is, or he was probably playing the mono sound back through a speaker, that is, and then even though picked up and recorded on a microphone, going to another recorder, and then by moving the microphone around, you get the sound of shifting this way, that way, this way, that way. It moves rather than a recorded sound being recorded, holding the microphone, and it doesn't move. When you move a microphone like so, you get a Doppler sound shift. Anyway, so I was thinking these Atmos things, surround 1, 2, 3. There's got to be something going in between it. Has to be. I was thinking maybe put say like a simplistic matrix decoder. Put a simple, so the outputs from the from the processor, from the Storm. Draw an image of a Storm. It's kind of got that wiggle thing with that display and a bloody volume dial down here. So if that was outputting to, so you've got to have a lead and put, so basically, and if I put a little dot there, dot there. No, if you can see it, you can probably see it now. So I would take that 1, and then that would become 1 there, and then 2, and 3, and 4, and then 5. I'd have 5 speakers going along the wall. In fact, I could put them so near between the other speakers. It won't be totally near because you've got to put a speaker driver. They literally got to be, draw a circle for a speaker, and another speaker, and another, and another, and another. They literally got to be literally close by to each other. So you minimize the what's called the comb filter. That's when I comb my hair. I comb my hair with my fingers. I don't use a comb. I just use my fingers. I use nature. Comb my hair. Actually, I think I need a haircut again. I haven't had a haircut just over a week ago. Grows pretty quick. I think I might just go down there for just a sort of trim, a little groom. You know, I'd rather come back as a cat, you see, or a dog, cat or dog, meow. Because then all I have to do is lick myself. You know, this ain't gonna grow. You know, you know what I mean. Anyway, one less thing, but trade-off is hairballs. So it'd be like put a decoder there, and a new channel coming out here. And that one's got to be connected to there, to that one, to creating a new channel. It's basically any new. I could create 2 more new channels. This, you know, it depends on the Dolby Atmos. It depends on the mix encode decoding. It depends on the mix encode. The mix to the encode. It depends on that, on the mix encoding. What they've done, how well is the side surround utilized? Because I haven't actually listened yet. I might do it in the video, because I'm kind of notorious for doing videos that may be 24-hour long. So I might check that out. See what goes on. Just listen to it. Mute the channels. In fact, I'll set it up now. I'll set up something now. What movie to run? What movie? Yeah, let's just got a few things there to check. Okay, what movie? Let's just check my remote. Just checking the what channels I got ticked on the. Turn all those on. Just go through. A stormaudio is almost like being on an airplane on the flight deck. Or probably a 747 or something. This flipping thing is so complicated. It's like you need the stormaudio flight checklist. You know, I've got to make sure that I've not accidentally turned channels off, you know, while doing pink noise, alignment, frequency sweep, EQ, whatever testing. I've got to make sure that the thing is, you know, on the thing there is all checked. Okay, so I can turn that off and then I can go to the laptop. Oh, the laptop is here, over there. I thought it was down on the floor. It's in front of me. It's over here. Okay, so flipping thing is so complicated. It's only taken me a little over a week now, or it's getting near to 2 weeks, I think, so far. It'll be getting near to 2 weeks. I'm getting the grasp of it. I'm getting the grasp of this thing. And eventually, once I know more or less the operating performance of this audio electronics processor, I guess there wouldn't be anywhere else left to go then. That's it. I would know how, it's just as like I know how the Denon works. The Denon is not bad. It's limited to, they didn't have to limit. There's no reason, I don't think, for any AVR or AVP on the market today to be channel restricted limit. It's ridiculous. I mean, it's like having a CB. It's like having a CB radio. It's only got a basic 40 channel. I believe things have changed, I think, slightly in the UK since 1981 legalization. Well, there's no such word as legalization. It was just that AM multi-mode CB radio often caused interference with televisions. I even blew a television up. Kaboom! Bada bing, bada boom, boom! I blew a neighbour's television up. And that was from nearly almost about 100-foot distance away from my base station aerial. But I had I had the demonistic Satan output signal going out. Everyone was, I think, bitching on the CB radio about I'm over modding or I'm filtering into other channels. I thought I had water in my aerial and it needed to evaporate but it wasn't. It was the center core on the coax cable, the soldering come undone. And so when it's connected into the amplifier to boost the signal, 200 watts of power, it was putting a very nasty signal output that shouldn't be, well, I don't think it should be even legalized. As well as my SWR reading was showing like almost in the red, and thinking, I'm scratching my head. I'm thinking, it took me nearly 2 weeks or so to figure out what the heck was wrong. And in the process, I blew someone's television up. Kaboom! It almost messed up my dad's TV and the VCR. In fact, I had the world's very first Hitachi, well, actually, it was my dad's Hitachi, world's first VCR that had times 30 visual speed. Because when I keyed up, when I transmitted, the video recorder was going fast. I think, what the heck is going on here? Grab the remote, visual search, transmit. What the blazes? It's going like that really fast. That's only messing with the logic circuits on the player, on the VCR, and making the servo motor, the voltage speed, going a bit fast. And that's all it was really doing. But it was an easy hack. But anyway, CB radios and Dolby Atmos and all this, and AV receivers and that. And I think every receiver should basically have a DB25 connector on the back, because with a DB25 connector, you can put more of those on the back, and then you got outputs. There shouldn't be this water it down, so you have to buy this processor or this. It's unnecessary. It's a bit unnecessary, really. And yeah, a CB radio, well, one of my CBs has still got 360 channels, which is a heck of a lot more than a professional CP 850 put together with another 850. I think the Odeon at Leicester Square are bragging they got 400 channels. 400. You see how my facial expression, like I'm a bit skeptical about that, really. I'm not sure if they are bragging they got 400 speakers or whatever. Theoretically, how many speakers have I got? About 156 speakers, theoretically. Because when you look at a speaker, a typical three-way, how many speakers are in it? 3. Very clever little girl, friend of mine. His daughter, they came round one day with her brother and that, and watch a film. This was years ago. This was years ago now, over 20 years. And my system was, Dolby Digital back then. It was basic. And I said, I got so many speakers. How many speakers you got in there? Oh, because I had 1, 2, 3, and that's it. And then his daughter started counting. And she's looking at every single little speaker, because a speaker is a speaker. Unless you're using a single speaker, full range, that's no crossover on it. You might have EQ on it, but it'd be a full range, and it'll only operate up to a certain range, and then the high frequency is going to roll off. And of course, you may need, you could try and elevate it or push whatever, do something, or you may need to put a little crossover filter on there at the very high end where it just rolls off, just to take over with a tweeter that's going to handle the rest of the frequency bandwidth, so to speak, theoretically. So she did the count and said, "You got these many speakers?" I said, "No, I haven't." He says, "Look, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. I think it might have been around about 15 or 16 at the time. 15 or 16 speakers." And I thought, you're absolutely right. And then when I saw IMAX, there was an IMAX downtown, okay? They were also bragging they got 44 speakers. And when you do the count, that is how many speakers they got behind the screen. The speakers are the same, okay? For the left, center, upper center, right, right surround, left surround, and the sub bass is that's augmenting. That sub bass is not really a true sub bass channel or a real LFE channel, because it's taking the bass from all the 6 channels and then filters and then puts it through to the okay. So they got like 4 15 bass drivers per in a box, in a cabinet box, and they got a large mid-range, and right in between the mid-range horn they got a high-range horn. And you do the count, they got about 4, and the typical 8 sub-bass speakers, 18 inches. I believe mostly all the components were, I believe, JBL, with some of the earlier, because it's different now. It's different. They're using a different brand of speaker brand now. But earlier, other days, they used JBL components. So they had about, typical IMAX cinemas years ago were about 44 speakers. I'm running about 156, so IMAX hasn't got shit on that. But that's no more different than, say, another cinema, world famous CIC Empire Leicester Square. Crikey, how many speakers did that have? when it had original THX. Let me see. How many did that have? Times 22. 66. Just for the surround speakers alone, 66 speakers. 22 surrounds, but 66. Because if one speaker were to fail, the tweeter, then you got, I got no sound from that tweeter. Therefore, that's part of a speaker of a whole. There's no sound. So they had 66 surrounds. How many? Okay, add on the screen channel. I believe it was 20. Oh, bugger. Do that. 66 plus 20 plus 5 plus 8. 99 speakers. Crikey. Oh, why couldn't they just put in one extra sub-bass speaker and then it'd be an even 100? 99 speakers. Okay, a typical cinema downtown, so say watching the same movie, same film print or whatever, non-THX, okay, no THX, typical cinema downtown. Okay, let me think of like the previous Odeon that was downtown. They had 16. So 3 times 16. No, that's way too much. What the fuck am I doing? 3 times 16. Yeah, that's right. Plus, they only used the free screen, so that's 3 HF horn. 1, 2, 3, 4. Hang on, 2, 6. I don't know about sub bass. If they were using the left center, right center from the leftover from the Voice of the Theatre Cinerama day, when they had Cinerama downtown, because they had 5-screen speaker. Whether they used the left center, right center to for the LFE, I don't know. It's possible, but I'm going to add in another 1, 2, 3, 4. I'm going to add in another 4. So typically the Odeon downtown that I used to go to occasionally roughly had about 61 speakers. That's still a heck of a lot more than the IMAX that was across the road when you think about it. They were bragging they got 44 speakers. Okay. Because they use their surrounds and they call it line or beam sound source, some bullshit, load of BS if you ask me. Well, snake oil, and of course those speakers are just put up high up to the ceiling and they're just angled, just typical angle, just like when you go to a nightclub and you see smaller speakers, but they're raised up on chains and they're in the corners of the discotheque. So you got 2 over there and 2 over that way, and they're angled, that sort of thing. No science. There's no real science to it. That's it. I'm surprised most people that want to do an IMAX in their home theater, are not doing it like, you can't use the actual speaker because it ain't going to fit in your room. Okay. So you could do something that's on a miniature scale and still put extra speakers in the corners of your room and angled. So, so they're in the corners and they're just angled. Simple. And you got to use the same speakers going all around the room. And they call it line or sound source, some BS, because it's just the way the sound radiates out and Anyway, I thought of doing that myself, actually, but I'm not a big fan of IMAX. I don't like what they still did to the Empire Leicester Square at London. They butchered that cinema. They absolutely tore it apart, and there's no proper real cinema that's got THX sound system in the United Kingdom. Apart from mine, I'm the only one that's using the original THX in the United Kingdom. Yeah, shame really. So yeah, if you want to do that, you can do that. Otherwise, Limax, they got their own new version of overhead surround, and I think it's only a 12 channel, which I kind of used or more or less on this stormaudio. It didn't even have any left center, right center on it. That's very disappointing. No discrete left center, right center. I could switch on the BTS, the other thing, like the upmixer, and give it a 5-screen matrix. But as for any discrete, no. I think DTS X Pro, even though it can put left center, right center in, it absolutely sucked with that movie, Bad Boys 3. It was a bit of a slap crap load of Will Crapsmith garbage trash up on the screen. I didn't like the cinematography. I absolutely hated the cinematography. I hated the sound mix on it. It was bad sound continuity. It was dreadful. It didn't even match to what is going on visually and off screen. It was a random mess of just, let's throw sound effects up on the bloody ceiling, shall we? Oh, it didn't make sense. It didn't make sense. It was a bloody holy mess. So that movie will never get played here again, or at least I will never buy another movie that's DDSX with Limax enhancement. I will never buy another disc. Very disappointed. If they can't pull it off the first time with a big hyped up crappy movie, I'm not interested. So they lost that one, I'm afraid. In fact, the titles on Limax Enhance is about like that. Compared to everything else, I don't think Limax enhancement is even on the low end on the food scale. So we don't have to fret it, okay? It'll be another format that's going to frizzle, and then we got dead sound formats on these AVRs. Dead sound formats like Oro, dead sound format. Can we negotiate with a manufacturer to say, can I trade this in for a Dolby Pro Logic 424, please? Ain't gonna happen. It's not doable. You'd have to you'd have to make a new circuit board with all the chips on it and fit that in. I tell you, home cinema sound today has really gotten into a dire mess. There's only few people like myself that know all the other sound formats, how those sound formats should sound. And any newer generation that's in the last 25 years or so, they ain't going to have a clue. They're not going to have a clue. They think I'm talking nonsense, or anyone else is talking a load of nonsense, because they're trying to phase out everything. I'd like to try Vitaphone, actually, but I think you can get it on disc somewhere on what's it? I didn't know the first movie was Vitaphone, was something a little earlier, 1926, because the jazz singer was the first to use music, dialogue, and sound effect, whereas another movie before it was only music. And I think music and sound effect or something. So it didn't use dialogue. And then you go back a little bit more earlier to sound how you get compressed air canisters, and you put these little things attached to it, and they release the air, and it makes this sound frequency and so forth. And I think those were early tests with some French people experimenting. Well, gosh, way back in late 19th century. Oh, but it's come away now. With digital and how many channels you can get. But really, I think every AVR should all be equal. They shouldn't be singling everything out. Because having something that's high end doesn't necessarily mean it's aimed for the super rich people, because super rich, for all you know, probably isn't into listening. He just wants it just as to show off. Did I get mine just so I can show off? No, I got it so I can listen to a little bit more, because I was thinking, okay, between a stormaudio and a Trinov and the price, I'm thinking, okay, the stormaudio is more hardware. The Trinov is more a little hardware, but mostly software, so it could be upgraded easily. But I was thinking at the price range and thinking, stuff it. I'll just get the Storm. I wasn't even going to get the JBL synthesis, because that's more the same as the Trinov. It's just way too pricier. But when you think of these Sony SDDS cinema processors, those were round about I think around about 25K, around about $25,000. I think those were when they were back in their day. So they were pretty expensive. And now you can get them on eBay for like less than 100 or £60. I kid not. You get them cheap. You get them cheaper if because they got bundles in they would have bundles in a cinema supplier warehouse, and they just haven't listed them yet, so you can get those really cheap, really, really, really cheap. Eventually a CP850 will be very cheap. The cheapest I've ever seen was a core version. I would have believed it would have been a core version, not based. There were two based ones that I've seen only over, I think they sold last year. They sold them. They were only based, and they were about I think £4,000, around about 4,500 each. I think there was a few years back earlier, a dubbing stage in America closed down. It was liquidated. And they had two Dolby CP850s, and they were listed on eBay, and they sold within less than a couple of weeks. They sold in less than 2 weeks, and they was around about 1,500 each. That is so cheap. That's cheaper than that. That's cheaper than the Trinov. And they would have to be a core version, because they had to have been used on a dubbing stage. So it might have come with a renderer as well, so you can expand the channels. Of course, when you list it or you want more information on it, Dolby Labs are going to get curious now. They're going to say, how did you obtain this and all that? They're going to be a bit, a bit nosy. And but if you would have bought the based version from France last year, you would have to go to Dolby, get a license, or pay a fee, which is not cheap. So it's a digital to unlock the processor for a core version. Yeah, if you could figure out the formula of that, yeah, it'd be cheap then, wouldn't it? Oh, God, dear, oh dear, I don't know. These things never end. And then, of course, with the renderer, you can expand it up to. You add You add one renderer, then you can add another renderer, and you expand and expand and expand, and yeah, until eventually it's probably got more channels than my CB radio. But as for Leicester Square, I don't think they're utilizing 400 output channels. They're probably, I don't know. And if they said they got 400 speakers, I think it's actually a lot more than that, because you've got to count each individual speaker. And then you got like that many speakers there, just as you would count them at, say, you go to a PA concert and you count how many bass bins they're using, how many mid-range, how many high frequency horn drivers they're using. You just count, and then it says that's how many speakers they're running. How many amplifiers? I don't know. It depends whether they're running active crossovers. If they're running active crossovers for all the other full range bass bin to the horn, to the high-end horn, those would be individually amplified. And then you got the sub basses. Some of them may be wired parallel to sub bass on the one amplified channel, another output channel wired onto two. It depends on how it's wired, how it's configured. Otherwise, it individually it gets extremely expensive. But does it need to be necessarily the same for the home? You can cut corners. You can cut a few corners. You can cut a few corners. How much amplifier power do you really need? It depends, because if you think a speaker sounds a little bit too bright or toppy or harsh, you may want to put a high pass filter in there, or a low pass or band pass filter, and just bring certain part of the frequency range down, and so it doesn't sound too harsh or toppy, because it's mostly mid frequency usually. Anyway, I was going to drop a movie in, but I'm also doing spring cleaning. It's not even spring yet, much less April. Yeah, I've seen some April showers, so it's a little bit early. I'm just waiting for when all the daffodils will start blooming outside. The eco weather system, I've got to do cleaning on my computer, because it's telling me I've got so much I need to do some spring cleaning on the gigabyte. So I'm doing some spring cleaning. So yeah, I've got that turned off there. This system is so complicated. I haven't even programmed the remote control yet, because there's where is it? I've got it back to front because this is not mirroring. It's yeah, these buttons on the top. Here, here, here. And I think that one there. HDMI. So you got 1, 2, 3, and 4. Those are to say, like, I think basic channels. So if I were to click HDMI 1, that would take me to the Panasonic, rather than using the other buttons here. Input, because I've got to hold it down and it's got to scroll. It takes a little time, it takes a few seconds. So I haven't programmed this remote yet for a quick response, so to speak. to. So I'll just go to is it up, down? There we go. Actually, I could do it on the soft keys up here, and then I use the dial, and then I press the dial inward to for that HDMI. So let me think. What should I try? Something like maybe. I think I still got the movie in here. I'm not too sure unless I put it in the other room. Oh yeah, it's still here. Air Force. Get off my plane. Just put the laptop up here on top of the THX. THX. I prefer physical disc. I will not, period. I will not buy or even install a kaleidoscope. Even if it fell off the back end of a lorry, I would not have one of those in my home. Because what the heck am I going to do? I've got to upload all these bloody movies onto the bloody thing then. You know how long that's going to take? Exactly. I've got nearly 3,500 movies. That's not even a bag of peanuts compared to roughly 5 to 6 billion movies worldwide. And you wouldn't be able to put 6 billion movies onto a kaleidoscope. You'll run out of hard drive space. So physical media. Despite some other person doing some video recently on YouTube saying physical media is going to fade out and all this blah, 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 blah. I don't think so, because there will be so many people like myself and others, and we would just come down on top of the film studio like a ton of bricks. And it's either like, you give us physical media disc, or we're going to stop going to the cinema, we'll stop streaming, we'll stop, and you'll go dry. You'll be nothing without us, because they have to put a budget into something, and they're gambling how much they think the prediction will be. So a budget's there, they're hoping to make that much on the box office. Okay, so without us, they would dry up. It's as simple as that. That ain't going to happen. That's not going to happen. Not unless they phase out, and DVD is still around. DVD is still around. It's still kicking. The only other format that should have been its superseding predecessor should have been HDVD, because it sounds logical. High definition digital video disc. It sounds logical. But I think there was that's got 50 gigabyte and Blu-ray's 50 gigabyte, and they say this kaleidoscope. Oh, you could buy this kaleidoscope and all this, and you could buy the movie, and it's 200 gigabyte. Someone was telling me. Or is it 200 gigabyte? You see, computers can be lied. They can lie to us. They can be told, be programmed to lie. Just like, remember 2001: A Space Odyssey, the artificial intelligence HAL 9000? It got so confused, it got scared. It developed a consciousness, and it started to lie to the crew. So things can be programmed to lie, unless you got proper analyzing equipment to check and to see whether or not this has got legitimate 200 gigabyte. Otherwise, I think it's just a load of BS. It's just trying to lure us in to buying a piece of an expensive hardware that's what, 2U frame, and it fits in your rack, and it's probably about that deep, I guess, and it connects onto other things, and so you can store all your movies. So all you have to do is just bring it up on the screen and then like scroll through like it's like bloody Amazon. But don't forget that if you're buying something recent and new, it's probably the same sort of thing that's being used for the Blu-ray, the sound mix, that is, that may be faulty, like Star Trek II, The Wrath of Khan. They still haven't fixed that faulty sound effect with a little bit of music on the stage channel right, where Mr. Spock says, "I exaggerated." And there's a little kind of crackle sound in the background, a little sound. And that's totally missing on the Blu-ray, the DVD. You can hear it in German. And you can only hear it in English, only on Laserdisc or VHS. So they haven't even fixed that yet. Paramount have not even fixed that. I think Paramount might have been listening to me or someone, because they had a stem track issue with Star Trek IV where a cyclist is moving past. You've got Captain Kirk, Mr. Spock. You've got the Golden Gate Bridge in the background. They're walking. And then the cyclist goes by. And you can hear that. I can hear all the gears of the derailleur and that going. And then by the time it gets to the stage right, it's like, I can barely hear it. What the bloody hell's going on? I can hear it here to faintly in the center because they're talking. But when it got to stage right, it's like, I can barely hear it. I'm messing around with the equalizer and putting filters up. I can roughly get some degree of it. I had to put an excessive amount of high frequency boost, narrow filter, Q bandwidth, so not wide, narrow the Q bandwidth in, and move the frequency scale up and down roughly where I heard it here to about there, and roughly guesstimate the frequency. But it's only going to make other sound effects then sound too exaggerated and too loud. So the issue there really was the stem track. Someone has made it sound too quiet. I don't know if that's the case if it would have been on original 70mm. I don't think so. But I did do other comparison checks with the Laserdisc, because that would be an earlier source for a 424 matrix. That would be a very early source to start with. And I was almost detecting the same there. So somewhere during a transfer going from film, maybe several decades ago, they've had an issue going on. Whether they do this on purpose, so people notice, and then they start getting about a bag full of letters saying, "What's going on? Fix this, please." Until they get a bag full of letters, they're not going to do anything about it. It's the same with emails. If they got maybe 1 million emails flooding, and they're all the same thing, and they know it's real, they're all individual, they know it's not like, and everyone's complaining about this. Because if they were making a film mix transfer, picture, sound, and everything was 1:1 for the picture, that's the visual, the aspect ratio, the color, everything, and then 1:1 for the sound, there will be no need to release that movie again for at least 2 or 20, 30 years until another disc format or whatever supersedes. And then here we go. We got to start all over again, building up the catalog title. 8K, as far as Blu-ray 4K is at the moment, it's like up there. 8K, if that ever starts, it's going to be down here. And this here, it's just keep growing and growing. 8K, whatever, ain't going to stand a chance. It's got to at least take over. I would say I would put a challenge. It has got to take over in literally 1 year, or equalize in 1 year. Otherwise, there's no point buying the bloody format. No point. What? Oh, so I could see higher resolution. Bloody hell. When I look around the room, you know what I see? You know what I see? Light and shadow. And that is what makes an image. This 4K Air Force One, it's also got that same fake little digital grain noise effect they're putting into the bloody shame on the studios. I don't know why they're doing this nonsense. It's intolerable. But I can tell that there's a fake grain over it. Sometimes you can see some like real density of grain depending on the film stock and so forth. And I can tell, oh yeah, that looks legit. But everything else, I can tell there's this thing they're plastering onto the image. It's just like inexcusable. Because they've no doubtly degrained it. And now they're sharpening the image up. You got someone sat on his ass, lazy ass, in a studio, fudging around with the bloody picture. If you were to say, like, get a 35mm print of the film and then enlarge the image until you got the image projected on. So you basically put 2 images on the screen. You adjust the length, the focal, so you could put 2 images up on the screen, on a projection screen, and then compare the 4K with the original 35. What do you think is going to be better? The 35, of course. It's the original. It's the original. This is a home version. And even in this scene here, oh, bloody hell. This bloody noise effect, it does my eyes in. Wait for there's this here. All this scene here. I can tell that's all bullshit up there. That is not grain, because it's like in the same position and it's like flickering on and off, on and off. Bullshit. Grain, real film grain doesn't do that. You look at another movie that's got a real bad glitch on it. It's Total Recall, when Arnold Schwarzenegger is making breakfast and his head's moving around. And then suddenly this grain effect, it starts shifting. When he moves his head this way, I can see a blotch of this whatever, and it shifts over. Real film grain cinema doesn't do that. It doesn't do that. I think Star Trek 6 has got a legit one, a legit grain on it. Whereas the previous version had a fake. Star Trek 4 and all the other transfers, they still got a fake grain on it. Superman, the movie, that's got a fake grain. Plus, it's got a very bad, sticks out like a sore thumb, where the helicopter's approaching the Daily Planet. And you got this little shack on top of the skyscraper, a little shack. And it's got bright lights on it, and that suddenly it looks like it's, oh, what the heck is going on with the image here? It looks like someone's messing around with the gamma level or something and taking the level up, and it looks horrible. You wouldn't see that on 35mm. You wouldn't see that. And 35mm, don't forget, at the end of the day, it's tiny. It's tiny. And all you need is a lens and light and magnify it. And then it's big and magical and colourful. This all at the end of the day isn't. It's not, it's just digital, stored digitally, ones and zeros. And you got, I can even tell with certain colours, typical red colours on certain movies, they're boosting levels, and red colours look so unnatural. Anyway, I want to listen to the sound because got a bloody excellent scene coming up. So I've got to I'll just go into my laptop here. You can't see it, so I'm not sharing the screen or anything with a picture-in-picture. I've got to go into expert. Okay, I'm in. Go to channel, main speakers. Go to edit. Okay. Oh, they're still turned off. At least on here. I unchecked them on the. Hang on.
Where are your shoots, guys?
Yeah.
We stay with the president, sir. Thank you.
Yeah, those are still turned off, so I can mute those on my THX. I can mute the screen channels. Let's see, I want to turn on a few of the surround channels. So I'll leave the overheads turned off. Let's see. That's left there, isn't it? Maybe I should use my other glasses because I hardly focus with these bloody things. It's a bit of a distraction. Okay, touchscreen. See, I got touchscreen laptop. I don't know why they didn't make this a touchscreen. That would have been a plus. I would have liked a touchscreen there. Okay, that's 1, 2, and 3. Okay, unmute it. So that's my side surround now playing. There. Whoa. He shot me. That one's active. That one's active. Okay, I'm going to stand between them. It's where the everyone's bailing out of the aircraft, and you got the refueler. Wow. Oh, there's a ton of bass coming out. Ton of bass. Let's turn the fader down a little bit. My SAS is working on the seat there. SAS. Let me just go back now, because I noticed I'm also on theatre number 2. I'm also on theatre number 2, because I got 2 theatre modes: theatre 1, theatre 1, theatre 2. Let's go up to that action sequence again. Oh, there we go. Preset. Theatre 1. That's it. It's sounding a little bit different now on theatre 2. I need to go into my what's it and tick off the other speakers. I need to mute them so I don't get distracted on what I'm monitoring, listening for. It's the back surround there. And save it. Should turn them off. Should turn them off there. Let me just check the other speakers, make sure they're turned off. Oh, yeah, save that again. What am I hearing? I'm hearing a degree of stereo, panner through, I guess. Just checking that the remote that I'm using is turning off the speakers. Yeah, that's still active. That back surround is still active. It should be turned off. Let me just do a refresh. The sound's gone mute, turned off. It's gone to 2-channel. It's gone to 2-channel now on the AV. It's gone to 2-channel now. So I did a refresh. Okay, that one on, that one on. Back out. It's very complicated, this processor. Okay, 1, 2, 3. Do a save. Oh, it's not come up. Theater 1, HDMI, native. Let me do a refresh. The channels are still turned off. Only left and right is activating. So it's complicated, this remote. Once I figure it out a little bit more, I'll get more. I'll just check the sound generator on there. Pink noise. Turn that off. I've got Bear in here now, and he knows I'm webcamming. Come on, Bear, out. So Bear's always a cat that's very problem. Okay, let me try and figure out how to get this activated. Either I've got to go. Let's just try. Let's try the remote and press native, see what goes on. Or let me see if I can. Let me see if I can turn the volume dial up and down. No, I can't turn the volume dial up and down on the AV receiver because it's kind of locked. It's a kind of glitch I've noticed, but it's minor. It's a minor glitch. Probably if I go over to, I think it's something to do when it's connected to the computer or when using the remote. There's some sort of iffy little glitch. So you got to have one thing that's totally turned off. I think that's what's causing some sort of a confliction. So let me just see. Start over again. Okay, go back over to the computer. Should come up on the screen. Okay. I'll go over to speakers, go over to edit. Yeah, that's working. So when I activate the pink noise on there, it activates on the remote here. So, but I've still got to have something turned off because it's causing some sort of iffy little confliction glitch. So let's see. So we're still getting sound on the back surrounds there, and I only want to monitor one side. They're all turned off on here, and they're all turned off on there. Okay, so I'm going to switch over HDMI number 1. Okay, I've got sound. But my fader is still locked. It's not moving because I'm still on this laptop. Just back up this scene with this. But it's playing the side surrounds individually. I'll just have another listen, and then I'm going to lock out of the other computer, and then So I'm hearing that on Theatre 1, which is all my Dolby Atmos, all the Dolby Atmos outputting and such. Go to an earlier scene in the movie. It's a little bit earlier. It's this chapter. Yeah. So I'll just see what's going on here. Just have another listen. Just play that again, that chapter. And it is on Theatre 1. Yes, it's on Theatre 1. So there's 1, 2, 3 there. That's according to me. Surrounds. I think that's. Go over to the one down at the back of the room. Yeah, that sound, that's active. Okay, let's get out of this computer. So I put pink noise on. Yeah. Still haven't got any fader control. Let's go to the computer again. So HDMI number 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That took about 5-6 seconds. That's a bit quicker than the Denon. The Denon took roughly around about 10 seconds to do a switch from one video mode to the other. So the Storm just a fraction faster. I don't know about other processors, how quicker they are to video mode switching. So if I exit this, go back over it. No, I'm still logged in. got to log out of that. I think it's something to do with I'm logged in on there. I'm logged in on here. I'll try and find it. Go back there. Don't know about that, but I'll just do that. I know when I've got control, because I'll have fader control on the. It's a thing I noticed a few nights ago. I'm thinking, it's weird. Why is it doing that? It's something to do with, I don't need two of these things turned on when I've got it here on the. I'm still logged in there. Have I got any fader control? No, it's still staying at about -70. So if I turn it, it stays. It's not going up. It's not going up and down. Maybe if I restart. Maybe if I try and refresh the laptop. No. Okay. Let's see. It's tricky. Those on there. Okay. I'll refresh them out there, according to maybe. No. I think simple thing is turn off. Now turn it back on. And as for the fan noise on the Storm, that's pretty quiet. All I notice is it sounds like it's a very low frequency fan noise sort of thing, but very low because of the fan speed. Probably the type of fan they used and so forth. They probably used better ones than Behringer, fans that are very notoriously very high-pitched noisy, and then you change the stock fan out for a different grade, and then it's a lot quieter. Turn it back on. Of course, my laptop's not connected because that's got to turn. It's got to wake up. Wake up time takes it takes a while, whereas probably turning on a den on will be a little bit quicker. And now it's all back on. Okay, so have I got fader control? Yeah, I've got fader control. Okay. So I'm going to use this laptop. I'm not going to use the computer. As far as the computer is concerned at the moment, it looks like it's turned off. So if I go back into the login and then go to main channel inputs, edit. According to this, it's showing all my channels are all turned on again. They're all turned on. So if I go over to HDMI number 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Now I've got fader control. That's where the plane's landing. I'll just check the Just check the output level there. According to that makes sense there, what I'm seeing on the data. So if I try and turn off the left back, turn the other channels off. Try and save. No. You see a few channels are turned off there. All right, turn those. Those are turned off. Right, that's all turned off and muted now. Okay, so I'll just play that again. So everything's muted. Can't hear any sound now in the room, apart from a couple of the screen channels that are turned on. So I'll just turn the surrounds back on. Left is on there. Left on there. Left on there. It's on theatre 1 mode. It's on theatre 1 mode preset. Just check. It's very complicated, this processor. Let's see. So that's left, that's on. That's left, that's on. 1, 2. Yeah. So, hang on, let's just play this scene again. It's just before they sieged the aircraft. So if I go through, I'll use my other goggles so I can focus on the screen. Okay, I can hear sound on that channel there, on that surround. I'm going to mute it, turn it off. Turn the other surround on. And that's down here behind me. That's down there. Number 1 is turned on, but there's nothing active yet that I can detect. So I'm just going to leave the other channels off and leave that one on. Just scroll through the movie a little bit. Oh yeah, I just heard a little peep, a little whatever the heck that was. When I was playing this the other day, it was.
Pod has been deployed.
Oh yeah, a little bit of a surprise. Pod
has been deployed.
So sound is moving individually along the occasionally when it is in a mix or whatever's going on. I'm just trying to suss it all out, you know, because if I want to put in, say, extra decoders in between, there's got to be some part of a signal or a sound mix has got to have some equal frequency sound. Oh, it's another bit of sound there. So it's kind of panning. That's when the F14's all flying. I'll turn on the other channels on the sides, side left.
Air Force One, this is Halo Flight Lead. You are now under escort. All airspace has been cleared. Alert Force has been... Air Force One, this is Halo Flight Lead. You are now under escort. All airspace has been cleared. Alert Force has been mobilized.
It's like listening back here, looking at the surrounds. It's like looking at an LCR.
We are a 10-mile dog leg to final coming in red hot.
Kind of curious why the music, the Jerry Goldsmith score, should be down there, and curious to it sounding a bit like the whole film score, rather than having say like individual element of the score. That meaning it'd be a portion of, say, like the horns playing, or maybe violins, not sounding like mono, and sounding down one side of the surrounds on one of the because I can tell I can tell instantly there's something hokey going on with that. Oh, there's that sound, that weird sound I heard. It sounded the other day. It sounded like someone getting their lawnmower out, lawnmowering the blooming grass. Sounded like a lawnmower on steroids. Sounds like a lawnmower with a knackered motor and a blade that's missing. So if I activate all the channels, turn on the other surrounds, switch on my overhead, and then activate them. Activate every other speaker. Save. Should be saying it on the let's just check what preset. fit on one there. Okay, it's a bit of a just mute that set. It's a bit of another snag here. So I'm gonna just check the view and check my output configuration. Yeah, everything's all in place there. Okay. Okay. Setting. System. Main speaker. Check. Down, huh? That's active there. Okay. Let's go back a little bit further.
Ramstein Tower. 10-mile dog leg to final coming in red hot.
Okay.
Ramstein Tower, we are a 10-mile dog leg to final coming in red hot.
A few of the channels on there are still not connected up to an amplifier, much less some speakers. I got some extra. I got enough. I got a few more other JBLs I can use, but I preferably want to use the same JBL 8330A that I used on the ceiling. Preferably want to get 4 more of them cheap, but I can use, I suppose, temporarily, I can use some JBL Control 5, but bit awkward, because I look at how the configuration is, the overhead map, according to the Storm whatever, or maybe Dolby whatever labs, and got height channel and I got top channel. So I'm using top at the moment, so height is there, top is up here, so to speak, theoretically, but they'll all be on the ceiling, so but just spread out a little bit different, or I may just put them in line with all the other speakers. So that meaning with what I got on the ceiling at present, crying out loud, so I'm trying to block the light in my eyes. 3 there. So the 3 at the front, I could either reconfigure those for height layer. That means put another 3 JBL, because it'll have to be another, not 4 speakers. It'll have to be another 6. It'll have to be another 6 JBL 8330As. Crikey. That's really difficult because the side surround speakers make it very awkward where to put the position. And really, I want to lower the side surround speakers down a little bit, but unless I have a little bit of assistance, it could be literally done in a day, 8 hours, an 8-hour day. It could be done in less than about 8 hours. Take them all down, drill the holes, reposition the bracket that'll fit on the wall plug, liquid nail the wall, so it's got some liquid nail in there. Put in the wall plugs, give it a few minutes or so, an hour, to settle the liquid nail up a little bit. It's a full drying time on liquid nail would be about 24 hours. So once it's all in and that bracket feels okay, that speaker can go boom back in position. But it just means lowering the speakers down just by about 12 inches, 1 foot, just 1 foot. Otherwise, let me see. You could use those for height layer, whatever, and then use the other one top and then bring them forward. I think my LED lighting above, that would have to come down and that would have to be repositioned. That would just have to be repositioned. The lighting would have to be repositioned. Otherwise, I could fit in probably about here. It's doable. I think that's doable. So that's like one there, and then there, and one there. So how many overheads would that be completely? Not to mention, I would have to do a modification to my experimental overhead surround. So if I want to use the side surround output on the ceiling, kind of like how it was at UCI Tower Park. Actually, that would become more or less like a sonic hole overhead sound. That was one cinema in the USA that was used for one movie. They say it was a special film print. We Were Soldiers, and all they're doing is anti-phasing onto the surround so that the Dolby SA10 decoder sees a signal. Okay, and then they just use the extra channel for overhead surround. I'm using it the opposite way here with mine. I'm using it for below surround. I'm using it in the opposite direction. So they had a cluster of speakers literally on the ceiling from looking at the artist impression design. But you can't find that artist impression design anywhere on the internet anymore. I've looked over that way, up that way. I've even gone into the parallel universe and I still cannot find it. It's like Dolby Labs, I think, have gone around and they've done some sort of maybe industrial sabotage or something, because I just cannot find it anymore on the internet. A PDF file. It's a simple PDF file. And all it talks about is sonic hole overhead sound, Randall Wallace, new movie, We Were Soldiers, Mel Gibson, blah, blah, blah. And it's only got black and white pictures. And there was another image also that was on the internet that showed a diagram, an artist's illustration of what the sonic hole overhead sound looked like, and it was a cluster of speakers on the ceiling. I mean a cluster, because it's all got to play the same sound signal all at the same time, so it's immersing, coming down at you, so to speak, or you look up sort of like that sort of thing, you know. So it literally covered the looking down on the seating of the auditorium. And what cinema I don't know they used. I don't know. I'd have to Google around. There might be somewhere on the Film Tech forum or something. What cinema theatre was used, etc. And how long they were running the film for. So that was like that's like a Matrix version of doing an overhead. I actually did my own version in my home around about 2000. Just messing around with the Yamaha DSR 70 Pro Logic decoder that was connected to a Millennium DTS decoder, and just messing around with GoldenEye and a few other DTS laser discs that I had at the time, because AC3 was just a little bit too pricey at the time to get. You could either get a modification on the Laserdisc player for an AC3, and that was about a few £100, or you could get a new Laserdisc player, and that's like nearly £1,000. That wasn't cheap then. Of course, Dolby Digital DVD was around at the time then, so I was also messing with some DVDs as well. Because I had can't remember if it was a Cambridge Audio or a Technics or a Denon 1U frame size Dolby Digital AC3 decoder that had inputs as well, so I can connect the DTS decoder to it, and then I could still switch, over to the DTS. And that DTS decoder had problems working with early DVD discs with, I think it was DTS ES, Gladiator, Leicester Square. Yes, I know you're calling Odeon Leicester Square. Gladiator. That had problems. It just wouldn't get a DTS lock because of the early chips they were using wouldn't get fully compatible, so they had to make another generation, and so everything was all handshaking, talking, so to speak. So yeah, I had my Matrix overhead surround up and running 2 years before we were soldiers. Not that I was a soldier. I even experimented several other times during the mid-90s with overhead surround, just with Dolby Pro Logic. At one other home I was renting home. It had what do you call it? A floating ceiling, so you can move the tiles out, and I put a few speakers up there to mimic UCI Tower Park. So, but if you haven't heard experimental overhead sound, you wouldn't have an idea what to expect from it, because you never experienced that movie. So if I could put on a movie, say like Born on the 4th of July, or any of the movies that I heard with the experimental, it would more or less give me the same acoustical sound. So I've got to get that up and running again. So I've got to connect the lead, and it's got to be connected to the system output on this stormaudio. So when I switch over to the experimental, where I use Dolby Digital signal and it goes in, I can put that signal. It'll be whether it be mono or discrete overhead stereo split surround, and it'd be moving. And of course, I'd have to I could either leave the decoders switched into Pro Logic, and I would get sound going down the middle, or over to left or right, but it doesn't pan or move. It's sounding. Okay, it doesn't pan through or any of that. It doesn't do any of that. Or I can just play a 424 matrix mono, and then I'd have to switch the SA10 decoders to conventional mode and turn off a few of the amplifier output levels on it, because they'll still be outputting the signal to the dog channels, woof woof, because it'll be running a conventional mode operation. So I only have to do quick change there, and I can play film like, say, Always, Steven Spielberg's Always, whether I play it 4-track or no, 5 point, was it 5.0 or 5 point on DVD? I'm trying to remember what channel it is. I think the actual encoding on the disc is saying like 4.1. Because realistically, it's like left, center, right, mono, discrete surround, and LFE. With 70mm, it would be track 1, left, track 3, center, track 5, I think is the right channel. Tracks 2 and 4 are the sub bass, and track 6 is I think it's the mono discrete surround. And if it was format 43, track 2 and 4 would have a special filter on it, a special crossover network system that runs through the Dolby CP200, and you get split surround, and you can still use that mono bit of that surround on the whatever. So yeah, it's complicated. There's only a handful of 70mm films that had format 43 until that was phased out during the start of the early 1990s. It was started the 70mm prints for format 43 started getting less, because now everyone's going over to Dolby SRD. That's taken over from CDS, because that failed. No backup analog sound, so it failed. So SRD's taken over, and you got full range now, split surround, frequency range is increased, dynamic range increased. So yeah, things gradually changing. He does a lot of peeping in this movie. I'll do it like CinemaScope. Extreme close up. Yeah, Super 35. Super 35. It's not using anamorphic lenses. Super 35. And then they frame it to look like scope. Oh god. So I think I may have bought this idea with given it that. No, I haven't had a bit of a listen to it. I was just thinking, I suppose it depends on the film mix. I might try Gravity. I'll put Gravity in a second and give that an earwig. Give Gravity some earwigging. But theoretically, that should work. It just depends on the signal. It just depends on the signal. You got to have something there in a film mix going on. Otherwise, it won't put a new sound into another channel, because you got to have two things that have equalness, equal frequency, amplitude, and phase. Otherwise it won't work. The decoder, matrix decoder, will think there's nothing there. I can't output anything. Can't do anything there. Sorry. But Air Force One, it uses a left center, right center, discrete. But this is an old movie, mind you. It's an old movie. So I'll put the Gravity on. I think Gravity might work. I think the idea is sound. My idea is sound. I'll just go give Gravity an earwig. Just listening to the surrounds. String channels, LFE are all muted. Wow. Okay, I'm looking at the output. All I can hear is radio comm. But there's this very low level. So you got other sounds here moving around, voice communication, and you got another sound layer down here that seems to envelop all around because it's in outer space. There's no up, down, side to side, diagonal. It's all weightless. No back to front, inside out. It's all weightless up there. Still need below surround. I hear this. Ooh, ooh. Maybe solar wind? Ooh, ooh. And there we go. Yes, surrounds. And there's also this other sound. So many different types of. Certain voice communication. It's all panning. It's all moving. It's all actively moving around. But got to have a. I mean, I could put decoders on there. I can put extra matrices on there and put pink noise for it. And I know with pink noise, it's going to sound. When I activate the new channels, it will sound. Just checking the amplifiers are all on. So, I think I need a tool of rack. I'll make some alterations. No, what are you up to? What are you up to? Tried stealing my pizza today. Didn't you? Tried to grab my pizza. He's a pizza kitty cat. You know, after my pizza. And I can hear the country and western music going around with the guy on the jetpack. So he's going around on the jetpack and he's floating around. And it goes off screen, you know, goes out off screen, then circles. And then it'll gradually come on screen. The rotation and the angles and everything that's camera that's turning like this and other pannings moving, you know, crikey, that's a lot of clever mapping the sound, the editing, and then putting the and you got the voice communication, which is kind of like radio waves, I guess, floating around, whatever. I think they would still carry on going out into outer space if they were those radio signals. They just carry on depending on what amplitude power it's got on it, and it will just go whoosh at the speed of light.
That's a negative. I'm afraid we're getting nothing on it, Doctor.
And then that fades out in the mix, and then it comes up onto the screen channels. But the low level kind of it sounds like it's also below. I know I've got below surround speakers active, and it just seems probably better than most other people's Atmos home theatre, and certainly better than the cinema. So I need to be engaged. I need to be participating with this. You know, I need to react. And they all have a communication moving around because everything's continuously moving.
It seems like you're going to be left
75 minutes shy.
Matt, it's been a privilege. Enjoy your last walk.
Permission granted.
Assistance appreciated.
Permission granted.
Assistant appreciated. Permission granted. Everything's panning and moving. All the dialogue. So when all the dialogue on screen goes off screen, it pans, and it's like keeping one eye still on the screen while I look over there, and I can still keep one eye locked onto the screen. There's so much individual sound. I'm kind of curious how many tracks, stem tracks or track levels, tracks will maybe used for this movie, because it sounds like a tremendous amount. And what dubbing stages they would have used, because they had to go in and out of a dubbing state. They had to go in and out of other dubbing stages, and other crew come in with another film. They do their mix, and then they probably come back the next day and carry on and so forth. So,
Kind of like winning the lottery, huh?
kind of like winning the lottery, huh? Because the other guy in the space shuttle is behind you. That's the Hubble there.
Stand by for our maneuver.
Docked onto the space shuttle. So you think of
Kind of like winning the lottery, huh?
that'd be the space shuttle, and that would be the Hubble thing attached. And so the other guy talking, he's behind.
It's just a new set of eyes to scan the edge of the universe.
And then as the camera's making a move, his voice then pans, because the camera starts to turn back round, looking at the where the space shuttle is. Very clever. This movie is benchmark. It is benchmark. It's got the lows, it's got the mids, it's got the highs, it's got the dialogue panning, directional, atmospherics move, sound effects move. The silence.
The silence.
I can get used to it.
I can get used to it.
I think it might be possible to put a decoder between that speaker, so it's on my diagram.
Please elaborate.
I think it'd be doable.
That is affirmative. Surprisingly, Control hasn't heard the Mardi Gras story.
Well, it's a case of a film mix. If it's not mixed uniquely, then the extra channels will mostly be kind of silent most of the time. ISS to Houston. ISS to Houston. It comes up now.
ISS, this is Houston. Explorer, this is Houston.
Wow,
Mission abort. Repeat.
that was good. That was good sounding.
ISS, this is Houston. Explorer, this is Houston. Mission abort. Repeat. Mission abort. Initiate emergency disconnect from Hubble. Begin re-entry procedure. ISS, initiate emergency evacuation. Debris from the missile strike has caused a chain reaction, hitting other satellites and creating new debris. Traveling faster than a high-speed bullet up towards your altitude. Now copy.
This is what you call a surround workout. All other movies are just woke. I mean, you get all these Marvel DCs, and there's not a whole lot going on. Man of Steel, I put that on the other night. I think that's going back for the cat litter box. That one, that's heading back for the cat litter. That was just a waste of my listening time. That one was hopeless. Hardly any left center, right center usage in it. A Quiet Place, overrated. Uses all the channels are indicating right on the very beginning. That's on the Paramount. And you get this kind of whoosh, or whatever bloody sound. I don't know what the heck that was. But as it gets about 1 minute or so into the movie, I feel I'm kind of like, where's the left center, right center? Where's the rest of the channels going on? I'm waiting. All right, I'm getting bored now. Let's jump chapter. Go to the next chapter. Oh, a bit of action now, is there? Look at the indicators. Oh dear, doesn't seem to be a whole lot going on in this movie now, does it? Wasn't this mixed at Skywalker's sound? But that doesn't mean necessarily. It's not neither here or there. It's the director, what he wants in it. You know, most of these directors shouldn't even be near a dubbing stage, as far as I'm concerned. Alfred Cruz, I can't pronounce his name. He's a Mexican director. Now, he's worthy to be near a mixing stage. He's worthy because he knows what can be done with this Atmos sort of thing. He knows what can be done with it. There are very few directors that know how to use sound. Most only know the human condition. Okay? And they got clueless about sound. And maybe just a little bit clueless about visual effects. There's some directors that, probably don't want to do science fiction. They don't want to be interested in it. So they do other films, and they're often good because they focus more on the human condition. Whereas this director, he's focusing on the human condition, the two characters, and then one, isolated from the other, and then so he's focusing on the human condition, the sound, the visual, and it just works. Works brilliant. I don't need to see some new movie that's being overrated like the Steven Spielberg movie, the Flabber Babbers, or whatever the heck that is. Not interested because I've seen the trailer. I don't like the color on it. It looks terrible. How can anyone sit and watch color like that for 2 hours? It looks pale, muted, a teal color orange, or whatever the heck they're doing with it. It looks awful. I haven't got time, patience to watch movies like that anymore. I've got enough of them. And they just look like, what's wrong with the color? Is there a way I can switch that filter off and have the color looking normal? It looks normal and lifelike on Gravity. They're not using this bizarre color filtering. It's really getting heavy active now. It's really getting active now with all the overlapping radio communication.
Kowalski, initiate emergency disconnect from the Hubble.
Well, we have a full-on chain reaction. It's been confirmed that it's the unintentional side effect.
Now I could, but I haven't got enough XLR cable leads. I've got 2 XLR cable leads left, and those connect onto the Storm. And then when they connect to the Crown amplifier, I've got to desolder the connector because they got to be bare wires connecting to Phoenix connector, ground, positive, negative. Have I got enough cable for speaker cable? Yes, I've got enough speaker cable. There's no way I can even jerry rig or do anything like this. Something simple, because I'm not doing this in a live video. Just thinking, is there a way to just trying to think. It's just four channels, but I will use another decoders on those and turn those four into, so the total would be basic 1 2 3 4 hang on 1 2 3 4 5 6 8 8, so I'd get another 8 channels out of that. You know, JBLs are all over there. Barely reached them. So much stuff here in the way. Crying out loud. Barely reach over for that. Okay. That there. Put that over there. Oh, my little mirror. Okay. Heavy duty. Toss that on the bed. Yeah, some very rare speakers used for surround back in the 1980s or 90s, I think. Looks like Darth Vader, doesn't it? I'm your surround speaker. Very difficult to reach. Very difficult to reach. That's 2, control 5. That's 1 5 plus, 1 control 5. I think I've got 2 5 pluses. Somewhere down there. I don't know where the others are. That's awkward. There's 3 of them. Yes, right. Over there. This is what you call surround sound workout. Yeah, another few down there as well. What's this one here? Oh, I think this feels like a 5+. Yeah, it is. That's another JBL 5+. These are very rare. These are very rare. All right, I'm going to use... I've got a few more Control 5s back down there as well as Control 12 Air, Control 12 SRs. So I've got a lot of JBL here. Those other ones down there. Those are a bit awkward. Those are a little bit awkward to reach. Okay. Those other ones are a little bit awkward. A little bit awkward to reach, but that's a basic for 4. So I'll go with that at the moment. I don't know why I just don't try and grab the others. It's about 1, 2, 3, 4. Hang on, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Crikey, there's about another 4 or 5 of them down there. They're so far down. They're so far, I'd have to move a bit of this out of the way so I can get in. This is a mega. Let's see. What is that? Some JBL compression horns here I can use. I can utilize. These are 20. These are the 2371. The 2371. The 2370A. That's a little bit larger size and a different size compression driver as well. A little bit more heavier as well. Just try to go steady. Come back. Oh, I've got a Blu-ray Panasonic, Blu-ray Sony here, parts only. Anyone want a Blu-ray player that can cannibalize, use the spare parts? Oh, I don't know how I'm going to get that out. I don't know how I'm going to move that. Whew. Get this out, I can move, shuffle things in a little bit tighter. I'll see how a power supply for the what's it? Let's see how a power supply for the CB radio. Get this out of the way. I can push that in and push these, make it a little bit less. Need a grip. That wasn't easy. My foot in here is getting very over there. Gosh golly. What the heck am I doing? So, we doing, Mr. Bear? Bear? Oh, my cat Bear's in here now. Uh-oh. Bear. He thinks it's a climbing. He thinks it's an obstacle course. He thinks there's an obstacle course going on. No, there's no obstacle course going on, Bear. It's all going to be tidied up within the next 15 minutes. I'm going to tidy. This is all going to be tidied back up. So I only get a few more of these out. Set that down there. This one. Okay, I can gradually move that up. Just over one side. Can't move it. So that there. Move this up a bit closer and get to that one up there. Give that back right back there. Okay. Put that there for a second. Okay. Okay. That's a cable bag there. I'll keep those a little bit near. Yeah. Oh. I just need to use the force and there temporarily. Need that. Oh. Yeah. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. Boy, oh boy, oh boy. Cats are going to see a new layout. So obviously they're going to be excited. One, two, three. Whew. Whew. These back. Where? actually, it's making my bedroom a little bit tidier by a tiny percentage. Not a whole lot, great. A tiny percentage. Oh yeah. So, spare diaphragm for the JBL compression drivers. I need to put that somewhere. I'll put it down here. Oh, what do you call it? Diaphragm. Yeah, diaphragm. Almost there. Of course, my cat liked climbing into this box, so I can't use it. Got something to climb into. Keeps them happy. So, got to figure out how to put this back in a place, their position. Maybe I'll just put it here on the floor. Yeah, put it there on the floor. It's flat. Okay, anything else? Oh, the juice for the smoke machine, fog machine. The juice. Yeah, the juice. Oh, look, it's a little fluffy thing. A cuddly dog. A camera. A torch. Oh, this is like that TV show. Okay. Oh, flipping out, I'm sweating. Okay. Let's get this. This here. This. There. My ECG. I don't know what to do about that ECG. Yeah. Oh, crikey. Close these days. Okay. Well, no, that's about that there. My cat probably knock it over. Let's put it down here. Yeah, it's better there. few more things out of the way. A few more things out of the way. Okay. Start taking these in one by one. More or less. I'll put one there for the moment. One. Meow. 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 Wondering when it was feeding. Oh no. Meow. Meow. Slow down. Slow down. Oh, you're so slim, Magic. Yeah, a little bit too slim. Wow. Whew. Oh my goodness gracious. All right. I'll put this in here. There for a sec. What the heck? Oh my goodness. Get a drink. You had some whiskey, you had some gourmet Magic. In fact, no, you eat for tonight, Magic. You eat for today. Well, it's too many meals. Anyone timing that? How long did that take? God, I'm sweating. It's hot. Just got to cool down. I'm surprised I didn't have a low blood pressure during that, because I was worrying about so many things and worrying about having low blood pressure. And if I'd had low blood pressure suddenly, I'd have had to halt everything, because I wouldn't be able to walk around. I wouldn't be able to stabilize standing up. I'm still waiting to get an ultra scan at the hospital. Anyway, ain't no one more dedicated than me. You know, I see all these home theaters on YouTube, and you know, I see all these home theaters. You know, they're just. Problem is they listen and watch too much of this Dolby Lab shit. You know, you only need to read a little bit of it, and then you should get the idea. I only had to read a little bit of the manual and think, oh, right, is that how it works with the layout and so forth? Okay, I'll go to the Empire Leicester Square, check it out with Star Trek Into Darkness and THX. I checked it out twice. So I listened to it at front row, and then second show, listened to it in the middle, the auditorium. So I got two ideas on how it sounded and how it felt. But I don't think there's anyone else, you know, yet bragging on YouTube. Like everyone keeps talking about, I need to put the speakers this position at this angle. And, oh, God's sakes, please. You know what angle they were at UCI Tower Park? Wouldn't you want to know? I've got pictures. I've got video. Go and look for my other videos. CIC UCI Cinema. Overhead surround. And I'll give you a chronicle history of some of the other cinemas that had overhead surround. A speaker in the ceiling is an overhead surround. Just as a speaker is a speaker, it's the crossover that makes the speaker. So you can have a sub-bass speaker. All right, sub-bass speaker ain't really a sub-bass. It's the crossover that makes it a sub-bass. Otherwise, that speaker could be played at full range. Until eventually some of the high frequency rolls off on it. And then you've got to put another driver on it to take over. And you could have that speaker going up pretty high if you want, but how it's going to sound and all that, that's down to trial and error. You don't want it sounding hokey. You want it sounding loud, realistic, but not too loud. Otherwise, your ears kind of think, a bit harsh. When you play full range for a full range speaker, that is, you disconnect the crossover and you just play full range through it. So it doesn't play through a tweeter or a HF compression driver horn. It sounds different. You know, and some of the frequency ranges, say, go in say, for example, 400 hertz up to the highest frequency. The crossover on the THX is crossing over at 500 hertz up to the highest frequency for the HF horn. So I could turn the bass cab. I can turn all the bass cabs off and just listen to the HF horn. I haven't yet tested yet. Look at all the bloody speakers on the floor. Flipping that. There's enough JBL there to sink a battleship. The other two speakers are out in the hallway. How many is that in total? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. That can't be right. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. I should have 9. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And then I'm pretty sure I pulled them all out of that corner in the room. I'm pretty sure I pulled them all out. I'm pretty sure I pulled them all out. Went right down at the back there, and I'm pretty sure. There's the other one. I was thinking, wait a second, 8 seems a bit odd because I had originally those JBL controls 5s and 5 plus for the overhead surround. That was for my Mark II version. That was years ago. All right, that's 9 of them. I only need 4 of them, basically, if I can set something up and think, what can I do? I've only got two XLR cable leads left. And that would, unless I got a few more cables dangling around on the side here that are XLR and they're in the kitchen. I'm pretty sure there might be a few more, but I need 4 XLR cables connected onto the other crown amplifier. I then have to connect the crown amplifier up to the computer, run the check tests, make sure it's about the same gain level and everything as the other crown amplifier. But I'm going to tidy this up in a moment. I'm not doing this tonight. I'm not doing this tonight. Maybe tomorrow, or maybe next week, or maybe when I'm okay. Otherwise, I can't do them on the scene. There's nothing I can do, and I'm not going to fit them on the ceiling. I'm not mix matching, so it's I would just test them for something, or may have some other ideas, because I'm always thinking immersive storytelling movie yet. So I'll have a think what to do, but can't really put them around the side walls of the room on the floor. I could utilize them for below surround, for takeover from but I can't put them directly underneath the seats because they won't fit. They're too high. They're too deep. I need a control one. They're okay. Wonder what would happen. No, not happen. I wonder what it would sound like if I just put them on the floor, height 1, and put them on the floor up at the front, and put the other 2 at the back with the other speakers, where the others, if I can fit them somewhere at the back, somehow, and just see what the heck it sounds like, Otherwise, there's a good signal noise ratio on my system at the moment. I used to get a lot of hiss and hum and a few other little anomaly across the screen channel using the Behringer DCX, but partly that was mostly wiring. Bit of a mixed bag sort of thing because of how other systems connecting into the system were mostly unbalanced. So you only got positive and ground. Whereas now it's all connected and going through the Storm. Plus the SDDS did have a bit of a signal noise ratio on it. But in a cinema, or even, you know, when it's set up properly, nicely, wouldn't notice it as much. But go looking for it, you notice it. But I haven't noticed anything on the Storm. Relatively, it seems pretty quiet, and I can turn the gain level up on my THX if I wanted to, but not that I would. I'd turn the gain level up to at least plus 30 dB, and plus 30 is very high. You know, and that's normal level. And plus 30 is like way up there. You dare play a sine wave without first turning down the fader level on the AV Siva. You got to turn it down. Plus, actually, I could theoretically, the gain level could go plus 30, 30, 40, 42, I think it is, 42. It's possible to put a high pass or a low pass filter in and then scroll it right up, full range, and then that would give another extra 15 dB. Figure it, go figure. I could take this up to, but dare play a sine wave or a film for it. It would wreck the equipment. But it'd be great for very soft, silent sounds in that movie. A quiet place. Yeah, but suddenly it goes BAM! And then there goes all your speakers. Yeah, that's ridiculous. Never mind about this amplifier goes to 11. It's one more when we want to go over the edge. Why not just make an amplifier 12? So then it would be twice more the level. But this goes to 11. Dear, stupid, really. Those that don't understand would wreck their equipment. But you can also put audio limiting on it. So any softer sounds that I play, they'll play at a very hyper level. So when all the loud ones come in, you notice there's a few dB gain, but it ain't going that real more higher. It's just a few because you've got an audio limiter engaged. And you won't be able to turn the fader up any more higher. If you used anything like an audio compressor, that's only going to compress it slightly, but you still be able to turn the fader level up. Oh yeah, your spacecraft's got no oxygen or power or anything. It's completely can't go anywhere on that go. So I'll have a check in a moment. Yeah. Aurora Borealis. More northern lights on it. Northern light. Aurora Borealis. Northern light. Wow. like the way the voice has got a bit of an echoey, reverberant inside the space capsule. But that sound is, you see, speakers are here on the wall, on the back wall, on the front, in the front, on the ceiling, on the floor. But you can't still put a speaker moving around. Can't do that. So otherwise it's over here. And then you've got to increase the amplitude, make it sound, and then make it soft in the mix. Doing the panning, fading, EQ. Put the speakers near to you if you want to. Mix. But still, at the end of the day, speakers are going to be away over in. It's not like, say, something floating in zero gravity, and then because there's an oxygen atmosphere in the spacecraft or what, and the two things come together like this position, moving, and then tap, and then move away. If you know what I mean. If you understand the physics of zero gravity and such, because it will make a sound, and it will be that close. But it'd be in a film mix. It's all up there. You can try tricks to make it seem, but you got to be one of those special listeners to listen out for those sort of things, and it'd be like, oh wow, it's got that sort of oh yeah, that's clever. But I can still see where the speakers are located, and but with the speaker fitted on the seat, the Dayton exciter, I still haven't got that project up and fully running. I'm only still experimenting, because trying to figure out how many to put on per seat, or maybe use an audio mixer and channel other sounds from the other outputs into an audio mixer, into the line inputs on the audio mixer, and then use the outputs, and then put those outputs to certain, say, call it a seat zone, six seating zones or such. So basically, it make the seat a speaker. When you put a bass shaker on it, it's only filtered. It can only do a certain frequency range. It can't do full range. Put a Dayton exciter on it, and it becomes almost like a speaker because of the seat back on the seat. Becomes an additional speaker. So theoretically, how many speakers have I got on my THX Cinema? Because it fills in the extra gap of sound, because the other sound is over there, or up there, or down on the floor. And here it becomes like, that's interesting. Why didn't I try it years ago? Oh, that would have been great. So I got to figure, do I put 6 individual Dayton exciters, but then do I have them as a mono signal coming from the surrounds? Because I don't want sound coming from the front onto these seats. I only want to associate it with the surrounds because they're the nearest to the seating, and it also sounds almost in phase, in synchronization. So it's kind of thinking, do I put a single one, or do I put 2 per seat? But then the middle seat is the problem, because if I have individual left, so if I were to put a Dayton exciter on the back of the seat here and on this side, I should hear a kind of stereo sound field from the surround channels. So if I were to move a little bit that way or move a little bit this way, I'm trying to think how it's going to sound with psychoacoustic, psychology hearing. Would it be also distracting with some of the sound field maybe over that side? It's working it out. Trial and error. And it's got to be powered individually to make it work. Otherwise, the other speakers will sound that loud, and the Dayton exciter will sound this loud, even though it's near to me. When there's some bass movement or in the surround, I can feel the seat, and I know it's synchronizing with the surrounds. I know it's synchronizing, so to speak. But it's pretty complicated to do. It's a very complicated thing. The other characters made it back. At least that's what we think. So I'll just get settled a little bit. I'm still trying to cool down, and I'll think what I might try and do. Add on a little extra and see what I can experiment with.
All the lights. Just close your eyes and tune out everybody. There's nobody out there that can hurt you. It's safe. And what's the point of going on? What's the point of living? Your kid died. It doesn't get any rougher than that. It's still, it's a matter of what you do now. If you decide to go, then you gotta just get on with it. Sit back, enjoy the ride. You gotta plant both your feet on the ground and start living life.
How did you get here?
I'm telling you, it's a hell of a story. Hey, Ryan.
What?
It's time to go home.
Turn that alarm off. It's better. Dialogue panning. Yeah, it's so cool in this movie. The directional, discrete 5-screen dialogue panning. I can't understand why a trade-off would be for the front wide. Even way, I could put a matrix decoder, 2 matrix decoder, attached to front right and rear right surround. So it'd be like a decoder, you know, similar to what I did here. I mean, I've got another diagram. It's so simple. I did this years ago. I posted it up on the internet. I think someone saw what I did and thought, I know where he's going with that. Oh, let's make this into a PL2Z or PL2 or whatever the heck it was they made, some company, because I'm pretty sure I posted it first, and because I was noticing it in the mix. I was noticing center phantom sounds between the surround here and up at the front. And mostly movies I was listening to, say like Saving Private Ryan, Flight. I think that's a movie with Jodie Foster with an airplane in it with Sean Bean, and Sean Bean doesn't get killed in the movie. And also other movies, and I'm listening out. Suddenly I'm going through a whole load of movies, and I'm looking and listening out for center phantom signals, because what's been done with the side surround for the back, that idea came to mind in 1989, and I shared the idea with Dolby Lab in 1998, and they don't give me due credit, so I give them the finger now. I just give Dolby Lab the finger because I think it's cheeky. But it's not an invention, it's a discovery. So what I kind of came up with in 89 was just simply a discovery. And then what I came up with, another thing, was just a discovery, because I'm thinking, what if I put a decoder there and there and it would work? But I never actually tried it. I never actually implemented it. I know it would work because there are 2 signals playing and they're both got the same signal sort of thing, and they're phantoming, and so you get an image that is floating phantom, and it kind of a bit confusing, and so it made logical to have another decoder until it extracts, and just similar to this. I mean, just I'll put a surround speaker here, front speaker here, surround left, a front left, put a decoder between the outputs of the AV receiver or processor, the RCA output, and then the output from the decoder will go to the amplifier, so go to the amplifier, to the speaker, amplifier to the speaker. I have another amplifier in the middle, output there, and I've got center, surround left, surround front. I don't know. MS, call it a middle surround speaker. But I wasn't too sure when I designed it. When I designed the diagram, I wasn't too sure where to put the actual speaker, because it was kind of like, do I put it somewhere between my surround speakers, or do I put it in front slightly? I wasn't quite sure where to put it back then, because I've still been running the same amount of speakers going along the sidewall, 3 of them. I've gone from JBL Control 1, and they're on the floor now mostly. They were JBL Control 1s going all around the room. I think four of them on the back wall. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. That's 10. And then 11, 12. I think I used 2 of them for the overhead surround, and then things were gradually changing in the system, and then I took some of the other ones off, and then put on different speakers for the surrounds, other JBLs. And I think I used then 4 overhead, but basically playing the same mono signal, my own version of an overhead surround, and it was only playing a mono signal, but with multi-speaker, so the sound is uniform. Theoretically uniform. And then just, that gradually started changing and changing and changing. But wasn't really too sure where to put that speaker. But now, today, I would put it a little bit more up front. I'd put it a little bit more along the up fronts, along the side. But I could just put in a simple matrix decoder and bam. When the sound pans out from the front channel over there and then starts moving, it will move straight into that next speaker before it gets to that one there. Otherwise, there's about, looking at maybe I don't know, I'm not sure if there really is a delay time within the panning of maybe a couple of seconds or so. Wow, this scene is so mind-boggling. So sound is just going all around and around. Wow, it's just so much confusion. Oh wow, look at that! That space station's skipping on the atmosphere, and it's starting to. Whoa. Bit like when the radio signals go up into the ionosphere, and then they skip along the ionosphere. They skip. So you're going 4E to 400 mile up, and then it's skipping along the atmosphere, and then it picked up and then received. Yeah. 3 hours in this video. 3 hours, or was it 2 hours? I can barely read that. Zoom in. Oh, 3:14. There's been a video, I think, the last couple of days. This thing with Prinov, and it's bass. What do you call it? What they call it? That sort of, with all the animations they show, roughly visualize it with an animation, and I think it's a little bit, it's not actually going to visualize like that. It's an animation. It's to get everyone drooling, foaming at the mouth, so to speak. I think everyone now is going to rush out and buy a Trinov, because what I think, what I detect in marketing is like our Trinov doing very well in their marketing with selling Trinov processors, stormaudio getting hold of the market. It's kind of like that. So is Storm up there at the moment in the market, because they're doing theirs competitively a little bit less, whereas Trinov is doing theirs a bit more expensive. But I think it's kind of like Storm is a little bit in the lead with maybe selling a distribution of the units and such. And in that case, it won't be too long until maybe Storm and they think because there are always spies out there. Everyone's looking, and then people like myself and every other enthusiast, hobbyist, is going to be thinking about this, thinking, I know where this is going. I don't need to buy that, and I'll just go out and buy myself a load of cheap Behringer DCXs and do it that way, and put in a few, DIY subs, or if you can buy subs that are secondhand, cinema ones that are secondhand, JBLs. There's no need to buying a brand new sub just for the sake of what they're trying to do at the moment. There's no need, because all that what they were going on about, crikey, I felt all that at High Wycombe, at the CIC High Wycombe in Buckinghamshire back in 1990. Believe me, the more sub-bass booms and feels, the more it booms and rattles the same. Otherwise, if I was listening to something, I'll be going around very carefully listening with it, and then I'll listen to sine wave tones and go through those individually until eventually I noticed there's a flaw in the system, that there seems to be a gap, and all this thing about keeping sound, bullshit. Load of bullshit, load of BS that is. It's good marketing, mind you. It's good marketing. But sound is still going to... You don't know how the room is like. You got a floor. Okay, depending on what that floor is made of. Mine is concrete type. If you got a wooden floor, bass waves are going to go through that floor and then go down into the floor below it. It's wood, floor joists, and it will just pass through. You don't know what the walls are like or how they're constructed. Otherwise you're trying to contain something and keep it in the room and make it do this. From what I can see in the animation, I was thinking one thing coming to mind, sensor round, because the sensor round kind of did more or less a similar thing with bass wave pressure moving forward and back in the auditorium. So you got a big sub bass speaker located up in the front in the auditorium, and you got two more located in the back of the auditorium, and you got this pressing into your body, literally pressing. Creepy. And I think because Trinov's, I think their sales have kind of gone down a little bit, and they're trying to boost it up. They're using something there to give it a boost and put their sales back up on top. You got to think that's how marketing is, and because the guy in the video that was doing the video with this spare change guy, he suddenly said, "Now go out and buy one," or something like that. He said, "I'm getting sick and tired of explaining this." Oh, so he's getting fed up now working for Trinov now, is he? Oh, okay. So it wouldn't be too long until Trinov say, "Sorry, mate, we're making you redundant," because it seems like you're getting a bit fed up now with all this. You got if you're playing a player on the team, you got to keep going on, even if you're blue in the face with it. You just got to keep plodding along. They're paying you at the end of the day. Otherwise, they could pay someone else. You can go and relax and chill out. But at the end, he just said, "Well, that's it. I'm fed up talking about this. Go out and buy one." It won't be long until Storm figure and think, okay, because I've only got 8 channels left on the Storm, and I'm thinking what to use those 8 channels for. Augmenting or taking some of the low end off the overhead surround and put it through the subs, so they go discreetly elsewhere into the room on other JBL subs. Oh gosh, there's a few things I can think of how to use the last 8 channels on that Storm. I preferably wouldn't mind more directional, full range. You know, I wouldn't mind 2 more, because I got 2 more JBL at the back of the room, and I wouldn't mind those mounted and get those up and running, so I could use those. I've got some, like I say, this room, it's got enough JBL cinema speakers to actually power roughly a 400-seat auditorium. And everyone that's been saying over the years, my room dimension is basement, 30 feet by 15 feet wide. Ceiling height, typical, would be just under 8 foot for a basement. It'd be just under 8 foot. And I'm thinking, wow, that guy's got a room bigger than mine. And he's going on about 5.1. Like, where do I put my 5.1 speakers? Yeah, I've read so many of this over the years, and ultimately everyone keeps making the same mistake. They use a single pair of speakers on the sidewall, and or some may say, oh, I'm doing 7.1, and their basement's about the same size as the other guy. And so they're just putting 2 speakers on the back wall, 2 on the side wall, and they got 2 or 3 seating row. So the rest of those seats are stuck for like sound to doing it like how a cinema should be doing it, or how a cinema does it. You use multi-speaker going around. I figured out how to roughly how to do the maybe cut around the corner or something with the SA10, because I was going to figure out connecting that back into the system to using left half, right half, because you can't configure the processor to send the same surround signal on the sides and then put them on the back surround speakers with, say, create a theater number 3. So I've got at the moment presently theater number 1, which is used for Dolby Atmos, theater number 2 that I use for conventional surround. I need to create a theater number 3. But the installer said, there's no way you can get the sound from the side surrounds and piggyback it onto the back, unless I do a special wiring diagram, special wiring where I only have to do it with a switch, and problem solved, problem sorted. And then Star Wars will sound how it's supposed to sound. And all the Indiana Jones movies, except for the Kingdom of Crystal Dial of Skull, or whatever the heck it is. Yeah, the Kingdom of Dial Skull, whatever. Yeah, so he's using a telephone to dial, isn't he? I'm dialing for my destiny. Sounds like something out like The Matrix, where they use the phone and we're in. So what? As each month goes by, which a month, a week, whatever, now to me is irrelevant. I don't think of a month when a year or anymore. It's irrelevant to my life now. But You know, when the Indiana Jones movie plays, they'll be like, oh, it's playing in cinemas. Oh, okay. Let's see how many times it's going to be playing down at the local in this iSense Atmos. Let's see how many weeks it stays in there for then, huh? Because I doubt it would stay in that cinema for like at the minimum 8 weeks, if not 10 weeks. Doubtful. It'll probably stay in that cinema downtown for maybe at the most 2 weeks. 2 weeks at the minimum. Whereas Last Crusade, that was playing 70mm. Oh, this new indie crap. Oh, that's not even 70mm. And if it's Limax, what to lure you in? You got to check first, you know. Is this 70-15 perf, or is this a digital Limax? And Limax versus THX. Now THX is way better. THX uses a baffle wall. More bass for your dollars, your money. Yeah. Limax, they just crank it up and just make it sheer fucking god awful. They don't have a baffle wall behind the screen. Cheap bastards. Oh. Well, that was clever. So I've seen how gravity is. So I'm going to take that out. I'll take that out and put something else in. Ooh. It's just like a cinema. Yeah. How many film prints they got? You know, usually it depends. You can have anywhere from four film prints in a projection room. You just got to lift them up onto the cake platter. The other films are on the cake platter, and you can take some off, and then I might upgrade this to region 1, but it'll be more or less the same. I just can't grim and bear Star Trek 4. I just can't grin and bear Star Trek 4 on 4K because of the fake grain effect they plastered all over the bloody image. Otherwise, the stem track that's been fixed on stage right, that's okay. It's just is there a way I can just totally ignore that fake grain effect they're putting all over the image? Otherwise, I'll just put on the region 2 DVD. I don't see any point upgrading it to a region 1 because of the frame rate and the 4% speed up. So if something happens at 30 hertz on region 1, sorry, region 1 at 30 hertz. On region 2, it would go up to more like 31, 32 hertz. It will go up a couple of cycles. So it's playing a little faster, higher speed pitch. So go up a little bit. Also shifting high frequencies up as well a little bit. So the sound is not where it originally was. It's shifted up a little bit because it's going at a faster speed rate. Oh.
Get me back in. Out of the question. The word, sir. The word
Is no.
is no. I am therefore going anyway.
Sir, someone is stealing the Enterprise. Off station, yellow alert.
Let me just activate the...
The word, sir. The word is no. I am therefore going...
Turn on theater 2.
Commander Starfleet on emergency channel. He orders you to surrender this vessel.
No reply, Jack. 1 minute to space tours.
That's how it's sounding.
You'll never sit in the captain's chair again.
Top speed.
I'll figure out why the other speakers are not on. I'll figure out why they are. Must be on the remote here.
1 minute to space tours.
If you do this, you'll never sit in the captain's chair again.
Top speed. 1 speed. Best speed to Genesis.
Starting torpedoes. Your presence here is an act.
Still doing the same. What's going on?
Quickly overpowered. We had no choice but to allow the Klingons aboard, which meant the only way to defeat them was to destroy.
Yeah, I've got to go into the main processor on the other surrounds are turned off. I'm getting anxiety, or I'm getting my low blood pressure. It just came on, and Star Trek 4 just gave me low blood pressure. Fuck's sakes, I want an answer for this. I'm still waiting for a fucking answer from the fucking doctor. Doctors don't know everything, I can tell you that. Oh, fuck's sakes. What a fucking time. Sounds. The computer's not sleeping, is it? Computer's not sleeping, is it?
Meow. Wow, shut the fuck up. Go to bed.
This is not there. There we go. Okay, sort this out. Yeah, the other speakers are switched off on here. Okay. It's a complex processor. And when using with the remote, it gets even more complicated. Okay. That should be saved. Go over to HDMI 1. That's it. That's more like it. Yeah. Yeah. That's more like it. So if I want to duplicate a sound on the back surround, I can put it through a switcher, conventionally do it through a switcher box. Or through I'm trying to think. I'd have to do a diagram. I have to do another diagram on my whiteboard. So can I exit this remote here on the laptop? Exit this. Go to Storm there. That's it. Just check my fader. Yeah, my fader's activated. It's working. Just to see if anything's been overridden. Wow. 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 If you hadn't seen Star Trek 6 and 70mm at the Empire Leicester Square in THX, wow. Blows IMAX out the water. Oh, gosh. Anxiety. Or is it a tummy pain? I've Googled several things what I might have. Tummy pain, low blood pressure. That came up with one result. Get a erratic heartbeat. I'm sweating at the moment. Came on the other day. I was at my doctor's surgery they want my blood. Not my blood. Not my blood. Not my blood. Like bloody War of the Worlds, isn't it? With that thing, it's sucking them dry. And then that guy starts cracking up, doesn't he? Keep it quiet. The aliens are heroes. Not my blood. Not my blood. Yeah. And then bam, I get there. Only there for about 4 minutes waiting. Bam. This bloody issue comes right on. And I could have, if I didn't have that issue, I could have left the doctor's surgery straight after when I was seen. Only I was there for about an hour and 10 minutes. I had to have a friend come and pick me up. I couldn't walk down the road. I could barely stand. Just trying to hold myself up, and then any moment I could just suddenly black out. And that means black out. I wouldn't hear any sound. I wouldn't see any vision. I would just black out. Oddly, for anyone that suffers tinnitus, because I had the same issue. It happened last week, and I was in the seat, and I think I was live videoing, and I just completely went flat out in the seat. I went blacked out for a few seconds, but I was still partially, maybe that percentage, conscious. I went from that consciousness, and then totally right down to there. And I could hear my tinnitus fading out because I couldn't hear any sound. It faded completely, like almost similar when you get intoxicated. And the intoxication affects your auditory. You kind of doing this and, whoa, what's going on? And you do that again. It's similar sort of thing. You got heart issues, have you? You got heart issues. Yeah, you got to lean on your GP today. You got to lean on your GP. You know, it's like, you know, if you don't lean on your, and you know, they're not going to call back now. They're going to think you're not taking your medical condition serious. You've told them once. They written everything down. They typed it into the computer. They got a database on every individual. And you just got to like chase it up. I'm going to chase it up next week. I'm going to chase it up. In fact, I just remembered. Doctor will call me. Doctor's going to call me next week. I think it's next week. So I'll arise again. When am I having an ultra scan? Because I could, crying out loud, give me the manual. I'll read this page by page and I'll do it myself. I just don't have to know what to look for. That is, you know, that is when doing I had an ultra scan on my heart years ago. 100%. I had a stent put in. I had a stent put in my artery. I had a stent put in. Every indication came back from blood tests that I had a small heart attack. Mini heart attack. If I was drinking and smoking heavily, I would be not low risk. I would be high risk. That's not good. I don't like that. I don't like the sound of that. It makes my skin crawl. So everybody is more or less there normal if no one drinks. A little is okay, but excessive alcohol and excessive smoking, that's really playing like dodgems with the main road and crossing over. Like, I dare you to cross over the road now. There's a car coming. What do you think? I'm kamikaze. Now all you got to do is just keep leaning on your GP these days. Because whatever it is, it could probably be cured with medication. A simple, maybe it's something like indigestion, but indigestion, I've had indigestion before. I know what it feels like. It's never lowered my blood pressure. Right now, I feel like shit. I only have to go and get my ECG, put it on my finger, and my heart rate's going beep, 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 beep. My heart rate should be going boop, 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 boop. That's normal. Oh, I've just gone a little bit faint there. I've just gone a bit faint there in the head again. Oh, for Christ's sake. This Star Trek movie brought on because of this bloody storm freaking thing. Because I start worrying about the teeniest little thing. The teeniest. You know? My dad said to me, don't worry about other people and other things. Oh, that's so easy for you to say, isn't it, Dad? Oh. I can go and test my blood pressure if I want to. I know my heart rate is going. My oxygen level should be about 97. I know it's on my ECG. It'd be saying 97 over 100, 110, because it's just going faint, a little bit faint there again. It's a radically changing. If I put earplugs in my ear, because I can't put my fingers in, because my fingers are moving a little bit And if I do that, I can hear my pulse in my head. I can hear the pulse. If I try and keep my fingers as still as possible, no, it's impossible. It's easier to do it with earplugs, because then I close off all the external sound more or less around me, and then you hear, it's like going into an anechoic chamber. Christ's sake. Oddly, when the nurse took my temperature reading was still about 37. I think she said 37.2 when measured last time. Because I was perspiring, I'm sweating, thinking my temperature's gone up. I'm kind of mimicking the fluctuation of the sound I'm hearing. Yeah. Oh, that's a little tip. That is a little tip. Listen to yourself. Listen to your body. That's a tip from the NHS. They say you got, after the little alleged mini heart attack, they say you got to listen to your body. All right, mate. You got the same similar condition. Are you a drinker? Are you a smoker? Are you a drinker or a smoker? Are you drink? Oh, crikey. I can feel feels like a bloody alien's going to, yeah, an alien. I can feel my body infrasonic frequency. Pressure, that is. That's just pressure. But it's infrasonic. Well, as long as I don't see Michael Ironside anywhere nearby, I think my head is safe from exploding. Oh dear, my God, this sucks. Okay, now it feels like a. Oh, you only have many little smoking. Many little smoking. 18 years. Well, that's not bad. Stay off the bottle. That's not bad. 18 years. I quit drinking Coca-Cola for at least almost 20 years. That did me no favors, but got dentures, now dentures, so that did no favors. Coca-Cola. They should put friggin' warning on Coca-Cola bottles. Yeah. But now occasionally I drink a little Diet Pepsi. Otherwise I'd never touched Coca-Cola for 20 years. Stopped drinking it. I get a little bit of what you call a liqueur. What's it called? Bailey's. Occasionally I like put some ice cream in a glass and put a little Bailey on it. Very rare I pour Bailey into a glass and have it. I have a Bailey maybe once a month or once every few months. I don't drink it. I won't be going to rehab anytime soon, so to speak. So I'm really not a drinker. I don't keep wine. I don't even keep coffee, even though that would wake me up in the morning, probably because with 3 head injuries that I've got, 3 head injuries, and my left side feels weird. It doesn't feel in phase. You know, the frequency of the feeling. It's not tender. I've got feeling, but it feels muscular, different. If I had a stroke, my face would be kind of sagging. So I still got muscles, and I can still lift my hand and everything, and that indicates okay. That indicates okay according to paramedics and nurses and doctors. That indicates okay. But it's just probably because I've had a few head injuries and something I've done, maybe to a nerve or so, and it's been damaged or something. Like I still got nerve damage in this hand, here, and here, and I put that through glass. That was 30 years ago. 33, 34 years ago, I put my hand through glass, and accident that was. And then that was during a dinner break. And then I'm looking at my fish and chips, and then suddenly I'm looking at my fish and chips like this, and I'm thinking, I didn't get ketchup. And then I thought, oh my God. And then I started fainting, because you get over the adrenaline, and then you see the shock, and then, oh no, my hand was cut right open. Oh, then I was losing blood pressure because I'm venting blood. Yeah. Oh, let's read your comment, mate. Let's read your comments. I've got to zoom this screen up larger so I can see, because I've got small glasses on here. Oh, you quit. Yeah, you quit. That's a good thing. That's a plus. That's a good thing. I begged my dad during the 1980s to quit smoking. All those advertisements they would occasionally put on TV. You don't usually see those advertisements on TV anymore. Warning smoking and all this, and those adverts, they made me really scared. And my dad was into the cigarette boxes, the, what do you call them, Marlboro, and done something done whatever. I don't think they make them anymore. But he was so into that, and a bad habit at the dinner table. He puts the cigarette out on the dinner plate. Oh, okay, son. Want to do the washing up? There you go. Clear that into the bin. What? That is a bad habit. That's a bad habit. It took a few years. Later, during the mid 1980s or early 80s or so, and then my dad just suddenly he quit. He just quit smoking those cigarettes. I probably maybe gave my dad an extra 30 plus years left, 30 more years, and he eventually went on to cigar, but he only smoked a cigar maybe once every month or so, and then eventually he quit that, even though he had a few little puffs on a cigar once every month or so, and then he suddenly quit. And that was just before I think late, maybe 89 or maybe 1990, something like that. He just suddenly quit. And any time he noticed cigarettes or cigars, he almost got sick of the smell. Strange. When he's been more into it, probably during, I don't know if my dad was into smoking, as a teenager during after the Blitz, the war, the Blitz. Possible. Let's read your other comments. What you say, mate? Yeah, the Baileys. The Baileys can be addictive, I think, because of the sweetness of it, and it also being, say, you can have it as a chocolate liqueur sweet, and that can be very, very seducing. Plus it costs a little bit extra more, I think. So I won't be buying liqueur chocolate sweets because I see the prices on them. They're like, how much? Bloody hell. Might as well just get ordinary chocolate, right? A Cadbury's chocolate, and pour Baileys on top of it. Stick it in the freezer, let it freeze a little bit, and then take it out and then try it that way and see what it tastes like. Chocolate liqueurs, they're pretty pricey today. Oh gosh, for Christ's sake. Dunhills, that's it, you got it. Dunhills. That's what they were called. My dad was on to freaking, I'm not sure if the other ones were Embassy, Dunhills, and Marlborough. They were all the same sort of thing, with the, different texture, flavors, whatever. So he was going through all that sort of thing, and never roll-ups. Never, I don't think roll-ups. I can't remember seeing him doing roll-ups. Maybe he has done roll-ups, but I certainly can't remember. I just remember the bloody things being put out on a dinner plate after you've had a dinner, and it's like, that's disgusting. It goes in an ashtray, not a freaking dinner plate. Oh dear. But my dad wasn't disgusting. He wasn't, it was just probably a habit that he picked up from other people, thinking that's normal to do that. And occasionally, if you would have gone to typical restaurants or cafes during the 1970s, 80s and such, up to a certain year, that is. I mean, today now, you go to any of these places, you have to smoke outdoors. Even walking past a group of people smoking on one side of the road and walking along the other side, and there happens to be a wind breeze blowing and the smoke coming over this side, and then I'm going, damn, a little passive smoke in there, I think. But the things you notice you go into a pub today is the pub smells a little cleaner. It smells different. Apart from you can smell maybe beer or lager or something that may have got spilt on the floor or whatever. That's the only thing you can notice now. You can't notice the stale tobacco smell of cigarettes. You can't notice that anymore. I got cats, so cat litter, and then the odor. And then my friend is always bitching and moaning. He knows I got cats, okay? He knows that. But he's always moaning about, God, it's not as bad. It's not that bad. The litter gets cleaned, it gets changed. But it's the odor. Mostly the odor. It's not a big deal. Got air freshener, spray it around. Got the herb sticks or something, the little things that give the fragrant. And if it wasn't freezing cold weather at the moment. It's not too bad tonight. So I've got the window, those window things that they're open, so they're venting. So there's an airflow gradually going through. But the temperature outside tonight, I think it's not too cold. It's not. We're almost into what month is it? January, February, March, April. Yeah, we're almost into April. We're getting close to April. I tell you, life is short. It is short. I mean, why would I say that? Other people sometimes say, don't do that, don't do this, life is too short for that, but it is. It's like a few months ago, it only feels like a few moments of seconds. And it was like temperatures going down to -6 down here on the south. You're up on what? I think Scotland. So that doesn't necessarily mean that just because you're up north, it's going to be freezing cold. I looked at the weather forecast, north, south, over this way, over that way, and I could see the fluctuations of the temperature. And it's like, oh, so they got a week of rain. Oh, and the temperatures are like this. Oh, that's okay. So I keep the temperature mild. And you just got to wait for a little mild weather of rain, and then it would just take the temperature up a little bit. Not a whole lot, but it just nudges it up a little bit, and then think, okay, I don't need to have the central heating on tonight. That's easier than said. If you're out on the Antarctic in conditions where it's literally -50 and you need heat, otherwise your body temperature is going to go low, and then you're going to hypothermia, and then you're going to be Captain Han Solo, carbonated on the Antarctic. That's not a very. I can barely watch that movie, Arctic of the Scott. Yeah, that's a real down depressing end of a movie. That is. They were just only 1 mile or so near to the next supply, so they could have got there, and they could have, they wouldn't have been toast. They were just but temperatures just slow you down. And I actually watched that movie many years ago when I had real dreadful central heating and night storage heating, economy 7 on the electric. So the thermal bricks can only hold so many hours of temperature, warm air, warm temperature. And it was freezing cold in this room. I kid you not, I was wearing two jeans, a jumper, my coat, a scarf. I got my cat on my lap. And I'm watching the movie Scott and the Antarctica, and I'm breathing breath in the room. And I was thinking, wow, this does give it the old fantasy of, but it was just ridiculous because the windows or the structure was letting in so much cold air that was freezing cold outside. I can't remember what the temperature was. If I look through the history thing, I'll be able to find out what the temperature was for that year. And as for the snow we've had so far, more comments. Oh, 13C, you see. And then you look at tomorrow, and the temperature would be, and my little thermostat, but this only tells the temperature in the room. That's only giving me a temperature of in the room. And most of the equipment over this side That's pretty cool. That's not hot. And that's got a very clever thermostat built into it, so it can tell what temperature it is. And I dread a heat wave, maybe this year, a heat wave, because it would have a thermostat, and if it goes up to 55 Celsius, the alarm, it would have an alarm, I think, and it would sound. The fan would go a bit faster because the processing chips and so forth. The hottest cinema processor is probably the Sony SDDS. I never close the lids on I never close so I'll leave it open a little bit. Plus the top lid is removed, so it will vent heat, and the fan is disconnected. And I've been running these processors for years and not had a problem, apart from the analog board on this second one. It's got a problem with a relay, or these are the capacitors here, and these little black things here are relays. It's either a faulty relay or a capacitor, and I need to relax, go through again with my multimeter and see until I can find a component that I think is got an open circuit. Should be closed, a closed circuit. If it's open, then it's faulty. But it's a simple thing to fix, even though it's a complex digital cinema processor. I think the middle board is for the SDDS decodering, I think. Forgot what the top board is for. That might be some other thing for maybe video signal or something, kind of like the Dolby CP500 or the Dolby DA10, DA20, where it's got a video acquisition board. There are two boards inside because it's looking at a video signal, a close, what was it, CCD. So it's looking at a video signal, all the little ones and zeros, all the little ones, and they're all individual, and it's processing that very fast, and it's got to go onto a video board and then passes over to the AC3 board for the decodering. So that's probably what the SDES is doing, because it's photochemically on the film print on the left and on the right, the film print. That's what I'm guessing what the top board might be for. But I swapped the boards around. I swapped them around so I know the fault is on this board. I swapped them around. So if I turn it on, I like that. I like the way it does that. And if I turn the monitor speaker thing, it's doing that. It shouldn't do that. Now go to the other one. That's okay. That monitor thing has got to be connected. It's not on that wire. It's not this wire here, because I can disconnect that wire and still switch it. It's got to be on these wires here. But how it's networking, going through the system, it's a bit difficult. It's what you call a needle in a haystack, I think. I need the schematic diagram, the actual schematic, so I know what part of the circuit board does what. All you can get on Film Tech is the service manual on how to set it up, how to operate it, but I need the actual schematic. So that's something that's not been loaded up. The only way I can get that is through probably Sony, and they got to go through their database thinking, you're looking for a what? We haven't made those since the 1990s. So I'm looking for a schematic. Otherwise, I can then trace the fault a bit quicker, because I'll be thinking, it's something to do with this, and then I can zero in on that part of the circuit board and test it until I locate that failed component, order the component, and put a new component in. And that'd be up and ready and up and running again. Otherwise, it's going to be, I'm going to remove it from the rack. I'll still keep this one in. I'll still keep that one in. And I've got a network, all the other sound from the CP200. That still goes up for a switcher box up here. A little switcher box circuit, and then it'll come down onto this SDDS, and I'll use the auxiliary number 1. We'll go over to auxiliary number 2. And these are then, I've got to then pass out and go into the 8-channel input as a unbalanced audio signal, because it's only RCA. So it'd be positive signal with ground connection. And I've already been making the lead up for it. Otherwise, you can't put, if you put negative connection onto ground, you get a little bit iffy sound. It's going to be a bit iffy. It's going to be a bit dodgy. So I've got my Frankenstein cable made up. Solderless, DB25 solderless. And they're just all connected up, plus and ground. I finished making that lead up last night. It's taken me a week just to make this lead, because I'm trying to find something to inspire or motivation. That's the word I was looking for, motivation. And this other lead, this will connect to the back of the stormaudio. These here, they'll connect onto the storm, and that will connect into the switcher box. So I still got to go through the wiring and look at where the wires are going to, the color of the wire, where it's going to, and I've got to look at the SDDS diagram, so I get the wiring in continuity without necessarily checking it with the voltmeter. If I get the wire color right, then I wouldn't have to check with the voltmeter, even though I've got my multimeter nearby, just to check, to verify the continuity is correct. Otherwise, I don't want to get plus onto ground. Otherwise, I won't get any signal through that lead. It'll be going onto the ground. Oh gosh. Oh, not again. Oh God. I'm just going to have a wee, because I think partly fluid is getting trapped. Fluid. I just need to go and wee. My doctor told me, he says, average drinking fluid per day, 2 liters. And I say, oh heavens, no, I haven't even been drinking anywhere near that. Maybe in the summertime when it gets hot weather, yeah, but wintertime, no, I'm not even drinking anywhere near to 2 liters a day. Not in the wintertime. Oh. Oh, yeah. Oh, God.
Well, you've been fed, Matthew. Been fed. Been fed. Been fed.
Well, you've been fed, Magic. You've had two junior whiskers today. You've had gourmet. Oh, I feel just a percentage better. I've had a urinate. Probably about, probably not enough to fill the glass. It probably only about that. Probably only urinated about that, up to that glass level. I often say, don't we evaporate some of this, with, sweating or heat, like it does with, if it's a hot sunny day, okay, and it hasn't rained, and if you were to put some water on the pavement, pour some water or something, or maybe leave it in a little bit in a, a little bit, not too much, because only a percentage gradually gets evaporated, and it gradually goes down and down and down and down and down until it gets all, like Star Wars. They use the farm thing, got to get to Toshi Station and get the power converter. Yeah. I just wonder about that, because it seems like the same quantity, but yeah. Let's have a look. What are you saying? What are you saying here in the comment? Oh yeah, I remember that on the 500s. Failure rate. Oh yeah, failure rate. Yeah, I know. I know the two little digits, the two little digit things that move. When you think of it, you got to think of it. Still, at the end of the day, that is still pretty impressive to put that many soundtrack formats onto 35mm. Otherwise, this was all big sound. Big sound was totally reserved for 70mm, but it was extremely expensive to produce all that. A regular 70 is about 16 grand or something. And a 35 is considerably less to have digital. And so then every cinema then can have 6-channel sound and then 8-channel sound, and it's considerably cheap. And you don't have to have blow-up prints, But still, 70mm mag. Oh, unbeatable. Oh, the quality on that is just wow. Just wow. But it doesn't last, does it? It doesn't last. It doesn't last. It's not impervious to flipping, all the things that go wrong with it. Goes to blimmin' pink color. Magnetic soundtrack can wear away. It can wear, and magnetic heads, they have to be, from understanding, they have to be rigorously cleaned. So you get all the high frequency, and they got to be tuned. So you get all the high frequency on it. Just like you do with cassette tape. Got to keep cleaning it. So you get all the, the high frequency on it and such. Otherwise it would just get, I've only played with 35 at the cinema. Never had a play with 70. I understand the delicacy you got to handle it with, because it's, quality. But you still got to handle 35 in the same respect. You can't drag it along the floor, let it pick up hair and dust and You know, you got to handle that just the same, just as you would with an optical disc. A tiny little scratch on an optical disc, a teeny little scratch, and that 4K disc is useless. You can throw it out the window. It's useless because it's just going to give the same problem in the same player. You can maybe change it into another player and it might get past the problem, but if it were a little scratch minor or such on a DVD, because the pits are a little bit different size, but you get a laser disc. Okay, now I've got a laser disc of Invasion of the Body Snatchers. Now it's cracked. It's got a little crack about that wide on side 2, on the disc side 2, and I knew it wouldn't play, but I put it in the player and it looked like it was pausing. The time counter wasn't moving. Then I started jumping chapters. So once the laser, that's the crack, and once the laser got past that crack, the disc started to spin. It started to play. But I'm not going to watch it. I've got to wait till next week until I can do a refund, get my money back, and then I'm going to have to look for another supplier that's got Invasion of the Body Snatchers on Criterion Laserdisc. Otherwise, I'm not playing the movie. I've seen it, I think, many years ago on TV. There, come on. So I don't want to watch it and be spoiled, sort of thing. Not that I mind. I don't mind spoilers. I know how it ends. I've seen a clip on how it ends, you know, which is a little bit different to the remake. They do that at the end, don't they? Oh God, don't do that. I just went dizzy again in my head. It does that thing with the and that gives it a creepy down. That gives it a real downer of an ending. That does. Whereas the original kind of looked like, you know, all right, we're going to get everyone out. We're going to sort this out, and we're going battle. We're going war with the body snatchers, that sort of thing. So I sort of had a bit of a, you know. There's been other versions of the Invasion of the Body Snatchers, 1990s version. There's been a 1990s version which I got on Laserdisc. The remake on Blu-ray disc, I think. And of course the remake again of it on, I think it's HDVD and Blu-ray. Which had a different ending to it all because they found a cure for it at the end. Actually, I kind of find the 1970s version very chilling. And of course, a bit of a downbeat ending. It was a bit chilling. Yeah. Yeah. But that's it. That's Laserdisc. So if that was a DVD or a Blu-ray and it was scratched in a way, that disc just it's not going to play. You know, it's just going to pixel and freeze, pixel and freeze, pixel and freeze. Bear, come on out, Bear. If you got a bit of minor laser rot on a laser disc, it'll still play. If it's got no digital PCM track and you're just on the analog, you occasionally hear a kind of. I can just remember how a laser disc sounds with analog with laser rot. If it's really bad, like on one movie I got, it's more like you can't hear the soundtrack. The soundtrack is down here, right? And you got this noise going right over the top of it, OTT. And I can think, oh dear, maybe I'll try and get that film on NTSC laser disc because it might be a little bit better than the PAL version. The movie was called Point Break. No, Point Break. Point. Bear, will you stop it? Bear. Oi. My cat Bear's being naughty. I don't know why he does this. He does this every single time. That's a clever cat. He's trying to break things behind the seat. He's trying to break things on purpose because he... very, very unusual cat. But I'm trying to think of that movie. What the heck was that movie called? It was a good movie. It was on VHS rental in the 1980s. And Chris Christopherson and not Matt Damon. Something Treat Williams. Vanishing Point. Point Vanish. Oh gosh, I can't remember what the title is. I can get it on NTSC if I wanted to, but it's really heavy with laser rot. But the picture color quality, when it starts the movie, the laser rot more or less gets bad near to the end of side 1 and then the end of side 2, which is more or less on the outer side of the laser disc because the laser reads from the inside and tracks over. So the laser rot gets more critical near to the end on each side of A, B of the disc. There's another movie that's got laser rot on it. I'm trying to remember what it is. Is it? No. Jewel of the Nile. Jewel of the Nile, which was a sequel to the Romancing the Stone. And I think the movies almost came out almost back to back, I think. I think. Can't remember. One movie came out one year and then the next year, unless it was a few years later, but that's got the laser rot gets pretty bad near toward the end of side 1, and it's going on the analog, and occasionally on the digital PCM you get little spike sounds, and then on the analog it's because it's an FM frequency modulation. I also noticed some sound drop out with this storm. Occasionally, if I play a scene back and then resume, plays for a couple of seconds, and then suddenly a little drop out in the sound. But I'll take it with a pinch of salt, and I can't be asked to bring that up with Storm. Say, hey, occasionally, because I've got to do a bit more tests and check out all the discs and so forth to see, is this an isolated thing with Dolby Atmos encoded discs or Dolby Digital DVDs? I haven't even tried AC3 Laserdisc on this yet to see how well it processes the sound. I haven't even tried that yet. The lead is connected for the AC3 Laserdisc. I don't even know I've got the optical lead connected up yet. I think some of the leads are still behind here and they're not connected up yet. Everything's not fully up and ready, up and running, fully connected. So yeah, I'll turn this off. I'll put my hand in there. It's okay, I'm not going to get electrocuted. there's only a few volts or whatever going through that circuit board. It's not 240, you know. It's only, that's the transformer located back at the back, and then it gets converted, then steps down in voltage. So I'm just feeling how hot the capacitors are. Yeah, it's okay. It's okay. I'll turn it off until I'm up and ready to get that up and running. But I haven't tried AC3 Laserdisc to see how well this handles. I'd probably like to try something like Die Hard. Because I tried it several years ago, going through can't remember what receiver I was using. It wasn't a Denon. It was something else, an Onkyo, I think, an Onkyo AVR. And the signal outputs were going into the SDDS as well. And I formatted the SDDS for 4 dBu plus 4 dBu output, because regularly it's set at -15, -10. And you can also go in and switch it manually on the soft key. You can switch it to -14 and -10 -10. You need the computer connected, and you go up to a certain icon on the screen, and then you click on it. There's nothing there, but you put it above something and then click. It's like a little magic Easter egg, and then that then enables you then to go down and enable 4 dBu, so you operate in the processor at full output. Otherwise, the outputs going from here down to the DCX were running very shy, when the levels should have been up here, and they're way down here, and they're running very shy. Now the outputs are going, I guess, at 4 dBu max output, and I can see a better display, and there's hardly any noise, hardly any hiss, so I can turn the DCX up plus 30 dB. I can't hear any noise coming out my JBL or onto the amplifiers. Plus I got the THX crossover pre-amplifiers adjusted, readjusted, so it might be partly that. If I crank everything up, I'll probably start noticing some hiss, which is not a big deal. Not a big deal. And then just set the levels down, otherwise the screen channel will overwhelm the surround, and then you think the surround channel sounds too quiet. Otherwise I can see the levels on the display. I can see the levels. That's what most AVRs are missing, basic level meters, so you can see what's going on. Otherwise most people are saying typical the surround, they sound too quiet, and it's probably partly due to the type of speaker, the sensitivity, and the other speakers that are in front have got a different sensitivity, and ideally they should all be sounding the same, and the sound mixing moving within a few dB tolerance. And then of course, when your surrounds are up and running, and if you've got a simple switcher box, you can just suddenly turn the surrounds off, you notice the sound flattening. It goes, whoa, what's going on there? And you turn it back on, it's like, oh wow, that's good. Few good examples. Blue Thunder, when he's flying the helicopter through the reservoir and going underneath the bridges, and you get that sound, and other things, that sounds pretty cool, going from front over to the surround when he's going through, and the surrounds are mono on the Blue Thunder. You got to get the early DVD version, not the later version or the Blu-ray, because they I don't know who did the remix on that, but it's like they've taken the sound from left and right channel put it through a matrix decoder or whatever the heck they've done, and piggyback that front sound left to right on top of the surround, on top of the mono surround. Add more insult to the injury, taken the center phantom signal from the left and right and put it on top of the center channel discrete. That's strike 2. To add more insult to the injury, taken the low end of the LCR, piggybacked it, encoded it on top of the discrete baby boom or the LFE 0.1. Strike 3. You get the same crap on the 2010 Blu-ray, the 4K, the Blu-ray, and Blue Thunder. I'm thinking it's the same re-recording mixer, who shouldn't even be anywhere near a mixing console. And I'm not sure how many other movies must have been done like that, because because you're trying to fake the sound. You're trying to make the sound more active. Bullshit, basically. BSing. It's like snake oil, okay? Because most people get it in their head that all the sound should be all active all the time. I agree, it should be, but not in that way, because now it's high definition, but the sound mix is completely, totally, utterly botched up. So you got to go back to the the DVD versions or the Laserdisc, and that's where you get the original mix. And it will still blow that Blu-ray out the water. It's easy to do what I just mentioned. It's easy to do that through a matrix decoder. If you want to add that sort of effect and keep the surrounds active and all, that's easy. That's easy peasy. You need a few things, a few matrix decoders, and maybe a couple of audio mixers. So you can have one audio mixer for the front, one audio mixer for the surrounds, and you put some matrixing, put the sound in the audio, go through the line inputs, and then you take a few of those line outputs and feed them back into your system. You'll have fader control. Move the faders up and down. You can balance the level and create a kind of, without necessarily really butchering it, because once it's butchered, you can't undo it. So those Blu-rays ended up in my cat litter box because they were just totally useless. That's why I can't trust cinema today. I can't trust digital cinema because I don't know what the heck is going on today, because they sometimes pull this same act. I would only have to go to a cinema and listen to something like, I know that was 70mm back in the day. I know it should be doing this sound format, but it's not going to happen on this. It's not going to happen. It can be duplicated to do that, but they're not doing it. The studios are not doing it. The studios are turning a blind eye. I don't know who the heck they're hiring today, and they're just making it a mess. So, it's just one of those bloody things. It's only a movie. It's only a movie. Alfred Hitchcock. It's only a movie. What else is he saying down there? Yeah, the pickup heads. The pickup heads. I've got a tape deck. I've got a THX tape deck. I haven't played any sound on it. I haven't used it for non-sync for a while. I think some part, I'm just thinking just suddenly now, I might just water down or scale down some of the system. I'm still waiting for another DCX to arrive. Just not sure what day that's arriving. I'm waiting for another DCX to arrive. It's okay. Everybody's protected. Everyone's protected. You know, if they pull a fast one, you know, they're only going to get a bloody thumbs down. You know, be like the Equalizer. You know, Equalizer 2 goes in, boom, 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 breaks his fingers and all that. Okay, man. I expect you to give me some thumbs up. You know, for you know, and then he's in his taxi car. Dun-dun. Oh, I got thumbs up. Even though he just gave him a little, you know, because he that scene in the movie. I expect thumbs up. Oh, what the fuck? Hey, everyone's protected. So I'm just trying to see where that DCX is. I'm pretty sure I got it all last week. I'm just waiting for what day it arrives. There it is. Estimate delivery. Estimate. It's gone and passed. It should have turned up today. I've heard nothing. Okay, let me go back and let's have a look at this seller. There's a tracking with it. Oh, right. Uh-huh. Okay. At the very least, it may be Monday. It's been collected. It's been received at the depot. The depot. Received at the depot. That was today. So I might get it Monday. If I don't, because I don't think you can fake things like that. Yeah, the seller's got 100%. You know, I don't want to give someone, you know, negative feedback. Even if they were selling me a disposable pen. If they were selling me a disposable pen and pulled a fast one, well, you know. Anyway, I'm so used to a touch screen now. I don't know why they didn't make that stormaudio a touchscreen display. I think I mentioned it. I think they should have made it a touchscreen because it would be very flexible, easy with the sound formatting and so forth. Because then you only have to touch HDMI 1, HDMI 7, HDMI 4, and then have sound format. They should put proper Dolby 424 matrix on these processors. They really should. How the heck are you supposed to play bloody soundtrack mixes back in the exact same sound signature sound? So for example, fantasize. I'll fantasize. So you got mono. Press mono. Okay. There isn't a proper. I think there is a mono sort of on it, but I don't know. I don't think really. I can't see it in the manual. But let's fantasize. I'll fantasize. Mono. Stereo. Dolby stereo. Dolby DSU. If that makes sense. Dolby Atmos. And then come down a little bit lower, so probably start up here and then work down. Or maybe it'd be a screen that you just flick. Yeah, you scroll it, and then that format, press. That would make it so quicker than using these buttons here, because I've got to press. I lose navigation sometimes with it, and then I'm looking at the screen over this side, and then think, okay, and then this button move down, or then I use this dial to move over that way or that way for the other menu, and then press it. It would have been so easy if it would have been a touchscreen. Yeah. And also manufacturers are doing away with internal input. Any AVR, any receiver now you're going to buy new now, away with 8-channel input. No, don't touch it. Don't touch it. You got to, I think something's got to lean on now to the manufacturers in these forums, that they are going to have to put 8 channels back on, because they think everyone is HDMI converted. They are dead wrong. Most people that may be born within the last 25 years may be HDMI converted already, because they think HDMI is the norm. They think it's the commonplace. They think it's the gospel. Okay. So like this Storm, there's no video input. There's no RGB input for red, green, blue. What, I've got to use a converter, or I've got to use my other AVR? Come on, this is ridiculous. I can see how much space there is on the back panel to easily put video, component and composite on the back. To buy a converter and have the signal, and then you just got to think, I hope it converts, and then handshakes with the processor. Because some HDMI things have got this signal encoded in it, some sort of anti-piracy sort of thing. So other things are not going to connect. Really, they seriously think a lot of people want to pirate shit today? You know, I bet these things like, what do you call it? Pirate Bay. Pirate Bay. Okay. The only HDMI I use is my PC screen. Same here. Same. Computers now, they got computers don't have a what's it on it anymore. They got a HDMI output now, haven't they? So it's HDMI output, plugs into HDMI number 7 on here. I've used the Wi-Fi, put the bunny rabbit, the ears on there, so I can use the internet radio, because there's no internet radio on this receiver, on this processor. So I can output that and then down onto there. That's not a problem. I might have to network it through another way. So if I'm watching, say, for example, if I'm watching a movie, okay, I could previously on the SDDS, when I had everything going through the Denon through the DSD, I could switch over and then monitor and have non-sync music playing while watching a movie. Sort of multitasking the thing. I have to get this all more or less back how it was. I spent 24 hours non-stop putting that Storm audio together. I was up 24 freaking hours. It put me in bed for a couple of days, totally shattered. I think when I put the Denon in and installed the Denon, I did that in half a day. Because I had to make up new leads. I had to totally unplug everything and start from scratch. And then I'm thinking, okay, I've got my whiteboard. I've got my whiteboard here. And I'm going to have to write down how I'm going to reconfigure this, because it's got to be, I have to do it more or less the same, but a little different. Because I want this to be still fully compatible with Dolby Stereo soundtrack. Otherwise, what's the point? I can see the Atmos works okay with if it's not a total fake Atmos encode, mixing to encode. If it's not totally fake, like it is on Twister, the Blu-ray, rubbish. Throw it in the cat litter, throw it out the window, load of rubbish. Put the Laserdisc AC3 on. My goodness gracious, that storm, the dynamics go. This is like the Blu-ray, you know. You put the AC3 on, and it's like that. What's all this nonsense about lossless audio, lossy and lossless? What's all that BS about, huh? It's a load of nonsense. If they're going to water down the dynamics and compress it, and even though soundtracks are compressed, they are music, any audio mixing is using audio compression, because you can only fit so much onto a soundtrack, and then you got to compress it slightly and mix it. And then if everything was full playing as it is, there wouldn't be any room. You'll be up at 0 dB. There wouldn't be anywhere else to go. But when they start, taking a sound mix and then messing with it, really tampering around with it, it's like, oh, that Blu-ray's useless. Throw it away. Put the DVD on. Oh, way better. They think that most people are all converted over to Blue and 4K. They think no one now has got VHS, Laserdisc. Laserdisc. Yeah, but I put the man with the golden gun on. No hitman can miss him. No hitman can match him. No dynamic range can compress him. Da 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 da. Damn, that movie, even though it's a mono mix, it feels like bloody Sensor Round Earthquake. When I can hear all the textures in the sound mix. But go over to a DVD, it's all cleaned up, and it's got hardly any impact. It's like where the Scaramanga, he shoots the Japanese guy. You know, he's assembling his golden gun from a cigarette lighter, from a pen, and no trouble at all, no problem. Bang! And when the body falls on the floor, it's like, this is concrete floor, mind you, and it's like, oomph! I'm thinking, wow, that's good in THX sound system. And it almost beats a Blu-ray for Atmos disc, almost beats Atmos. And that's just the mono mix. But I put the DVD on 5.1, and it's like, it's okay. The lyrics are clear on the Lulu song. Yeah, the John Barry score. Wow. And then the lyrics are just cutting through, very clear. Understand every single lyric. You get to Billie Eilish, No Time to Die, or No Time to Listen to It. And I'm thinking, it sounds like she's having an orgasm. It sounds like she's constipating. She sounds like she's got my condition. I can't understand a lyric. I understand a fraction of the lyrics. With Lulu singing The Man with the Golden Gun, I understand the lyrics. Boom. Shirley Bassey. Boom. Clear. Because the lyrics are part of the character to the theme of the James Bond movie. You get to something like Madonna, and it's like, what the bloody hell she's saying? Sounds like she sat in her bathtub with a load of bloody goat milk, and she's going, right, there's the microphone. What? I can't understand a word. What the heck are you saying, girl? I tell you, some of the later Bond movies, you can barely understand the lyrics. It's like you need subtitles for the lyrics. Very few of the DVDs or what have an encode for the subtitles for the lyrics, because I can't understand what they're saying. I can understand a proportion with Duran Duran, A View to a Kill, even though you got competition with instrumental music and then lyrics, and you got to balance. You got to have a good, clear lyric. You can still get a good there with the John Barry score, the View to a Kill, or if it were going to say like Octopussy, An All-Time High. You get a good balance with the instrumental and the lyrics, and it's just down to, I think, good mixers here in the UK. But most of all the other Bond ones, I think they were mixed in USA, or I'm not sure about the latest one, if that was mixed in the UK, maybe at Twickenham Film Studio or something. But it's the lyrics are unintelligible. Talk about making dialogue intelligibility, that sort of thing, but the lyrics unintelligible. Otherwise, you may as well just listen to the instrumental playing and not focus on the lyrics, because they're not clearly spoken, they're not verbalized clearly. Maybe they are, but they're just poor sound mixer, or someone there saying, this doesn't sound clear. You go and listen to all the other Bond ones. From the first Doctor No was only a music instrumental. And then you get to, I think the next one was Goldfinger. And then you go through a few other ones, and you got a male vocalist. I think that was Thunderball or something. And then you go a few others, and then you get the female vocalists again, and you go through the years, and the mixing techniques for back then, you can understand the lyrics. They say when they mix a movie sometimes, I'm surprised Top Gun won an Oscar. I don't care for the Oscars anymore. It's too much of that going on these days with the Oscars. Oh, ow. A lot of pushing, a lot of kicking, and a lot of slapping going on. And you still come out with very little Oscars winning. I would have thought a movie like something like Elvis, because usually when a movie that's a musical is in a nomination for sound, it's usually the music one that wins the award, because they say mixing music and such for a film is more complex. Now I'm surprised they gave it I'm surprised they gave that Top Gun Maverick something. It's not the best of the best Atmos. It was a little bit disappointing. It was a little bit disappointing on how the overhead surround was utilized, as well as sound continuity. Am I seeing what I'm listening to? Does that match? Because something seems out of place here, and I'm playing it back again, and yet there's something. It's not matching. It's like randomly they just put some sound up there, just to lure in the people, you know, the audience, you know. And depending on how loud the side surround are playing, if everything's balanced, everything should be balanced on the dubbing stage. Everything should be mixed very rigorously and carefully, so everything is perceived. But it's still awkward with where regularly the side surrounds are here, and then the overheads are up there. It's only a very short distance. So the side surrounds are beaming sound downward like this. Whoosh. Mostly, we kind of perceive the side or the back surround kind of like that sometimes, depending on what's mixed in it, and it gives a sound depending on the frequency of the mix of what's in there, and it's like makes me look upward. Like recently, I was playing Mission Impossible, the first Mission Impossible movie, with left half, right half surround. And there was a scene where you never seen me get angry. And he throws the chewing gum thing at the, and then it explodes. Oh, those poor fish. He killed those fish in that bloody tank. He's brutal. That's vicious. And anyway, they were CGI fish, I guess. And then when all that water sort of cascading around, and it was making me look like up there, because I could just remember how I reacted. I was going like that freaking, because it was the way the sound frequency, and that was just left half, right half surround configuration. You get your left half, right half set up correctly, it can be pretty damn good. NICAM, near instantaneous compounding audio multiplexing, 725, is it megabits or megabyte per second? NICAM 725. And that's no longer used now, is it? It's totally phased out, because that was on the terrestrial antennas, the terrestrial analog antennas. And those transmitters were turned off now 8 years ago now? 10 years? I don't know. They were turned off years ago now. I've got a couple. I think got a little bit of Dune, David Lean's Dune, that was on Channel 4 in letterbox in scope. And you can hear the quality, the little qualities of the optical soundtrack on that print, because they use print versions. Because you get the Q dot, you got the Q dots, and you can hear the actual quality of the film sound. It was almost like pinching and think, wow. Looking back, I don't see a 35mm projector back there. It was kind of that sort of pinching flashback. But you don't get that on TV today. Absolutely not. You would never see a print version on TV or terrestrial anymore. They use they started phasing that out, I think, during the 2000s, the earlier 2000s. They started slowly phasing it out and using the same versions that you get for DVD or Blu-ray, that also had the same color issue. If they haven't got the color balanced right, you will see three colors. You should see two colors. A blue and a white. A blue and a white. You shouldn't see blue, white, and green. And you get this horrible color going around the image, and it's like, what the bloody hell? That's the same as the Blu-ray. They're cheeky buggers. They're using the same copy, the same versions. Otherwise, if it was a print version it would be proper color. I've seen The Abyss once on Channel 4 when they aired it, and I think the last time I saw that was briefly round. I already seen it once before when they showed it a year or 2 years before, and then they showed it again, and I can remember seeing the color and thinking, oh wow, The Abyss, and looking at the color texture, total different tone to how it is on the Laserdisc and the DVD and on the DVD, where they've done something. And then all the floodlighting underneath the water, mostly all the floodlighting most of the time is got three colors there. You got a bluey background, and you see a blue, white, and green. Oh, makes it look seasick. Green. Total wrong. You would never see that on 35 or 70. It would be two colors there, white and blue. It's a problem with digital cameraing. It sees the same issue. If you go too near to something and you haven't balanced the level, the white balance or anything, it starts to pick up a third color. It sees it, but our eye doesn't. You have a white light, and you put a blue gel over that white light. You get a video camera, a typical phone camera, or and then look at it. You don't have to video it. You can see it on the screen, and you think, what the bloody hell? What's going on there? That's weird. I'm seeing three colors. I should only see two. My eye can only see two colors. Just as it's like a tricorder for Star Trek. It's like 23rd century technology, like a tricorder. It can see something that our eye can't register, but it shouldn't be there, And a lot of these transfers sometimes get transferred on from going from film to video to VHS, DVD, HDVD, any of these mediums. And I can often spot, this is poorly done because I'm seeing a third color. They haven't got the balance level correct. They botched it up. It takes, I think, very few special engineers out there that they know how to do it right. Most of those engineers today probably are not around anymore. They're probably retired, and you got to pass this over to the new generation, and they got to keep that practice, to keep that balance, to make sure that transfer goes 1-to-1. The color is spot on. It's like looking at these later 4K discs, and it's like I can barely see it. What the bloody hell? They turned the brightness down. It's a video. It's video. And they turn the freaking brightness down on the damn thing. Your brightness does your blacks. Your contrast does your whites. They turn the frigging brightness down, God's sakes. And then what? You're trying to turn it back up again, and it's not doing anything. And then there is no, I don't think there anywhere in the world there is an international standard that exists. It's all over the place. It's all over there. It's a bloody mess. Some say, oh, well, Laserdisc or DVD looks more bright. The movie that I was referring to is called Heat. And someone was saying, oh, you got a Blu-ray. No, you got you got a DVD, 1080. Yeah, but at least I can bloody see it. Oh, you got a 4K, and you're bitching and moaning, and you can hardly see it. Oh, so much for ultra high definition. Because, like I said, how do we see an image at the end of the day? Light, shadow. Light, and shadow. And that is what makes an image. That are the two principles that make an image. Without light, you can't see squat. Just like on 4K, you're like thinking, what the bloody... Just so they can fudge up the bloody contrast ratio. Big fucking deal. You play that 35mm print beside that 4K. That 4K is going to go in the cat litter box. I've seen that movie Heat at the cinema so many times. And when it came out on Laserdisc, it was like seeing a mirror image. The contrast, the brightness, and it was like seeing a mirror image. And it's the same when it goes on to DVD. I don't play the Blu-ray because she hasn't got a great arse. Ferocious, aren't I? When I think of a woman on Blu-ray, it's something that comes out in me. But what the heck is this I'm seeing on 4K? You got a great contrast. But it's too dark. I can barely see it. Dear, dear, dear. They gotta be... A bloody blind man can do a better transfer. Always look out for the screen capture before you buy the disc. And all this other bloody thing, HDR. I don't give a damn about it. HDR. I don't give two monkeys about HDR. I don't care for it. It's just another bloody bullshit snake oil for bloody picture resolution, color, and all that. And I don't see any lifelike bloody, unless the photography's been done pretty good by the DP, the director of photography, in the first place. And then otherwise, I don't give a hoot. I would rather switch the HDMI off and switch the Dolby Vision off. It's just an enhancement to give the picture quality, put it on steroids. It's like I'm looking at Star Trek 4 on DVD. I can see the aspect ratio gradually changing in the framing here. I'll probably go back to saying if I go to a next chapter, it'll probably be the end credits. Oh no. But no, I can see the framing around the side of the image. It's I'm not too sure if it is slightly like a pillow box masking going down the side. I've got some 35mm cells of this movie, so I could compare the aspect, the image, and then compare to see if there's anything being cropped off, by mistake. But I'd rather watch the it's a mixed bag. There's the trade-off with the stem track, which is too low on the it's this scene here where they walk in with the Golden Gate in the background. And eventually a cyclist goes past on stage left to center over to stage right. But you can't hear the gears, the chain on the bike.
Exaggerate. You've done it before. Can't you remember? The hell I can't. Always necessary to tell the truth.
Just listen to stage left. I hear the gears. I hear the bike as it's coming by on stage left. But also, you've got to keep bear in mind the even though the dialogue level's talking, okay, think of this, right? The next time you're in a room or with other people or maybe outdoors, just talk to yourself, okay? You'll hear two different sounds. One is an inner head sound called an in-head cavity sound. The other is the external sound because your lips are moving this way and that way. And yes, you can hear stereo. You can hear stereo. You create this masking effect around you, and there'll be other sounds in the background, very soft, and you're creating an audio mask. And that's why they say, you know, sometimes because you'll mask it. I know they're talking there and so forth, and you know, and you get things like audio frequency masking. I'll put the center stage on.
For one thing, you haven't quite got the knack of it.
I see.
And another thing, it's not always necessary to tell the truth.
I cannot tell a lie.
I don't mean lie, but you could exaggerate.
Exaggerate?
Exaggerate. You've done it before, can't you remember?
I just vaguely heard the bike on stage left going into stage center. Also, the levels.
About those colorful metaphors that we've discussed.
So put that up there.
I don't think you should try using them anymore.
Why not?
Well, for one thing, you haven't quite got the knack of it.
I see.
And another thing, it's not always necessary to tell the truth.
I cannot tell a lie.
I think the center channel is a little bit too high because when some of the dialogue level drops down, I'm listening to the background of the ambience. You know, the sound, and if I switch over to left and right channel, mute the center stage, yeah, I can hear that cyclist, and I can't hear it on stage right, not on this transfer, not unless I put some excessive EQ boosting on stage right, but I might as well just put the Blu-ray on. And or was it the 4K disc? I forget which it is now. Where the stem track has been fixed, but it's grim and bearing that fake effect. Also, I can tell by the contrast ratio on this in the background. You can't see it here on the camera because it's overexposing. But I can tell with the background there, it looks a little bit too much. It's just a little bit too white. It's just a little bit too much contrast on the, because there's possibly a little bit of detail that's just getting washed out, but not too much. But I would instinctively probably put a filter in, maybe to soften down the some of the center channel signal, just soften it, use a filter, or if I lower the level down too much, I probably want to put a little bit of bass increasement back in, because the center stage can carry some good bass. That's almost better than the sub bass channel itself. Particularly when they go warp speed time travel, that is awesome. But you got to go into the I can go into the Storm and lower the level down, and then look at the VU level meters. But I can quickly do that just down here on the DCX. I can go onto that channel there, channel number 4. Let's see, channel number 4. The other channels are reserved for maybe use another sub bass signal connected onto it. Do a little extra or whatever. DCX run A, B, C, left, center, right, and then my left center, right center are on the other THX. So if I put a filter in, turn that on, center it around. Bit difficult to say where to center the frequency around. I think a little bit below 1 kilohertz. Maybe 700. Maybe 700. And put a bit of a Q band width on it and maybe turn it down, maybe 6 dB. Maybe take it about down about 6 dB. See what it sounds like. Widen the Q bandwidth out. Widen the Q bandwidth so it goes out onto the other neighboring frequencies and brings those down a little bit. I'll give that another whirl. Otherwise, the ambience and all that background should all be seamless. You know, you go out and listen to air moving around outside. It's equal pressure. It's equal, even though it's equal pressure inside the room. It has to be. If it wasn't, suddenly everyone would be around the planet, suddenly be saying, panicking, be mass bloody videos suddenly all going up. And can you feel that? Can you sense that? What the bloody hell's going on? It'd be panic. Because everyone will notice the pressure suddenly changing. That'll be scary. That'll make a good science fiction film, that would.
I suppose they told you that, huh?
They don't.
Spock,
Yes.
about those colorful metaphors that we've discussed, I don't think you should try using them anymore. Spock,
Yes.
about those colorful metaphors that we've discussed.
I think it's a little bit faint, actually, on stage right. Because there's a fisherman with a fishing line, and he's casting out. I haven't yet done a proper frequency analyzing by putting the microphones up near to the near to the projection screen, all 5 microphones up close, and then done an analyst check. I don't know how the heck I'm doing. I don't know how the heck I'm going to be able to do a frequency sweep with the REM. I forgot how I did it last time, because I did a direct electronical frequency sweep. It was last week, and I can't even remember now how I did it, because I can't get the REM to talk with that. It's got to have a multi-channel stereo mode input, which basically makes a mirror image of the sound, and that's why some people think, oh, it's a gimmick. Actually, it's not too bad. It's not as bad as you think. You know, you can play all the G major classical music and have it balanced going out on all the freaking speakers with an ambient level, or you can just turn it up if you want to go deaf. That was a very useful feature, because then I can take that signal from REM. I can go through any speaker. But now I don't know how the heck I'm going to get the REM to talk, because I can only get 2 channels. There's got to be a way to make the input and then converting it into an all-channel output. Because I know now how to do the pink noise generator on that and make it pink noise output. I could either look at pink noise and very carefully look at the frequency going from one speaker to the next, to the next, to the next on the RTA to see if there's, because no speaker is perfect. It's always going to have a slight little weirdness in the frequency. It'll have a dip or some anomaly. And when you got a projection screen up there, and the HF horns have got to be pretty close to the screen, because when you put your hand near your mouth, like, can you hear that sound? It makes that sort of sound effect. And the HFs have got to be pretty near to the screen, otherwise you get this very strange odd, you know, and it's going to modulate the frequency a little bit different, and you're going to be thinking you're EQing correctly when you may be EQing false. To set up the sound for the HFs behind the screen is, I'm not sure if there is a proper handbook manual to show the procedure. So you got your compression drivers. They're going to go behind the screen along with all the other speakers. They all have to be tested before they go behind that screen. Otherwise, you're going to have a run into problems. You've got to check the bass drivers all through. Check the surrounds, the whole lot, the whole bloody lot, the subs as well, the whole lot, all on the floor, and check through that to see if there's any strange anomalies, or you think, oh, we've got a defect one here. We'll take that bass driver out and put a new one in. Okay, HFs, the compressions, they give you a directionality. They give you your cue, positioning, transparency. Sometimes the bass is kind of like that, but the bass has also got to have the same. It's got to have that same sound. And you got to adjust it, get it right. So you got to check, evaluate all the bass drive. You got to do a frequency sweep on every bloody speaker, and then look at all the overlays. They should theoretically overlay, and then you'll be able to see, okay, there's little anomalies here that could be corrected with equalizing. So we'll correct it now with the equalizer. We'll have the microphones up close. We'll do everything again in real time. And this here needs correcting. Right, that's corrected. Right, that looks okay now. Because think of wood and sandpaper. Wood. It's got a bit of a bump in it. Let's sandpaper it. Put a level on it. A little bit more. Spot on. Equalizing speakers is like using sandpaper. It's got to be smoothened out, because you measure a frequency response electronically on an amplifier. Perfect. First time, every time. That then signal has then got to go out to a speaker. Okay. And then what you get is an opposite. Okay. And then you then got to work it out to get it more or less like that amplifier through that speaker, theoretically. So test all your speakers. You know they're all spot on. You've gone through your surrounds, your subs, everything. You've added a first EQ. Then you put your speakers all behind the screen, set all your surrounds up, subs, and then I would personally, if a cinema is going to be greatest cinema ever, I would personally get as many microphones as you could possibly can. Now, not every microphone is going to be perfect. You have to go through all the microphones, checking them through with a voltmeter. Oh, this one's got a different impedance. And this one, oh, this one's okay. This one's okay. This one's no, not this one. This one's okay. You need enough microphone to sink a battleship. And then what I would do is those microphones close to the speaker in the auditorium. They're all set up because we know that if you turn on the pink noise and you listen and monitor it, you can monitor it with the SPL meter. It'll give you a broad idea, you know. So, oh, my surrounds are 80 dB. My LCR are like less than 80 dB. Oh, so my surround levels, they need to come down. So I've got to bring the levels down, and you've got to match more or less the level of the surrounds to match the center channel. I believe that's in the textbook. You got to get the level matched. And of course, the levels on the surrounds would, got to come down a tiny fraction dB. Well, I'd personally put a load of microphones around, because then when that all goes into the RTA analyzer, the signal, you turn on one surround speaker, level goes up. Turn the other one on with the amplifier, because you'll be muting and unmuting. Level increases. It's summing up. And then you got one microphone up for the HF horn for the center and the bass drivers, because you've got two microphones picking up the signal. And then you evaluate that close up. You got additional microphones in the auditorium. Of course, you scatter them, don't you? You scatter them around, multiplex it to pick up the signal. And then evaluate that. Check. Maybe have a movie that you can quickly play for, get some idea. And then, okay, go back to the pink noise and get until everything is spot on. It takes days. I wouldn't use an automatic auto EQ to do the system. I wouldn't use an automatic. I've tried it once, and it didn't even know what speakers I got. It doesn't know that the bass driver on the THX sound system has got a delay circuit on it to delay the bass and pull it back a little bit, because the HF horn, where the diaphragm is on the HF horn, is back here, and the bass bin is up here. So it's got to be delaying it to kind of make it seem like it's there, so to speak. Timer line. It didn't know that. It honestly didn't know that. And it was putting an excessive equalizing filter peak boost around in the 500 hertz range. And I was thinking, what the bloody hell's wrong with what's the sound here? It sounds like it's talking for a toilet tube. I was scratching my head thinking, what the places is wrong? And then I thought, I'll go into the Denon and look at the EQ. You could look at the what filters have been applied. And I was looking at and thinking, oh my goodness gracious, it's boosting. Oh dear, because it doesn't know, it doesn't know. It's only programmed, to do so much. If it would have been a speaker with a passive crossover, it probably wouldn't have been a problem, because there's an electronic crossover there with a time delay on it. It's thinking, what the heck's, it doesn't tell me there's a problem. It still carries on and says it's okay, but it puts an excessive boost. So I always use manual EQ, so I know when it sounds right or something sounds wrong, and I can go back at it quickly and correct it until I get the pink noise to go around. Well, it's not totally possible. You can get it near, but not the same. Not unless you're using the exact same speaker going completely all around. And even if you play pink noise on a speaker and get someone to move a speaker along the wall and listen to how it sounds whilst maybe with a microphone back here in a position, and get them to move that speaker along the wall whilst I'm also listening. They got to be in a position where they're not in the way of the speaker too much, so they'd probably have to use something like a common, I don't know, I guess a bookshelf speaker, something small, okay, something small, and then be one side slightly, so you're not in the way, so you're not going to interfere with it too much, and then just slide it along the wall, and then do the and then listen. You'll start to twig on. Then all the bells and whistles will be, yeah, you'll twig on, and then you'll know where it's sounding a bit odd in the room and where it's sounding. And it'll start clicking. Then simple thing. All you need is a friend. All you need is a friend. All you need is a friend. Da, 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 da. All you need is a friend. Are you going now? Oh, well, I don't know when you posted that. Sorry. Okay, catch you later, alligator. Yeah, I bet the wife is moaning. You on that internet thing again? Have you heard in the news? I was around a friend's the other day. I don't watch TV. I don't watch TV anymore. I haven't got time for it. I just watch movies. TV distracts me. Somewhere in India, they got to have this, like, it's like when Arabs or something, they have fasting or Ramadan. And so that's where they go 24 hours without eating anything. And they're doing this sort of thing like in India, okay? Or is it Africa? I can't remember what country now, where they have got to turn off all their mobile phones, the TV, everything, okay? Anything that's electronical, they got to turn it off at 7 o'clock in the evening. But there is a side to the coin here. There is another side to the coin. Go back, say, something like 40 years. 40 years. Go back 40 years, 4 decades. Typically, we watch a little bit of TV, and we go away from it, and then we may do drawing or art, or sometimes we like to share that today with this sort of platform. I'm an artist, I like drawing or something, or painting, or reading a book, and you just happen to be reading a book. I'm sure there are videos on YouTube where someone is reading a book. And people are fascinated by that. Back 40 years ago, these electronic devices, they just didn't exist. They were there, but they weren't as, wide stream as they are today. Internet did exist 40 years ago. It was like there. It was hardly heard about it, If you wanted to get information, you go to the library. If you want to find something like a car or an item or something, you go through the yellow pages. Oh yes, I want to order a fridge. Yeah, blah blah blah. I'm not sure if they did take orders then for that sort of thing, like they do today, sort of thing, But that's how it was. We weren't all fully, I guess, watching TV. I was probably more. Probably TV, probably about there. I like drawing, probably about there. I like drawing and painting, probably about there. And then CB radio came along, and that went like that. Hardly, you know, because you're talking to people. It's like CB radio is like the first social networking with people that are down the road, people that are a few miles away, people on the other side of the planet. And that was kind of like, you know, Facebook sort of thing. Only it never went down. It never crashed. Okay, as long as you can communicate, as long as there are good conditions in the atmosphere, then you can do THXing and talk to one country, and they can hear you, and then you say location, blah blah, and then you send them a postcard, or it's called a QSL. QSL. It's basically to acknowledge your contact, your signal strength, radio meaning the quality of the sound. If you're giving me radio 5, that's good quality. It's like a rating of 1 to 5. If you're giving me radio 1, it's barely audible. It's like, yeah, I can barely hear you, but I was picking your signal up, and you know, so I can still acknowledge, and the distance and the time as well, the time of the day it was. And you write a brief other description, and you just send a postcard. Basically, they send one, you send one. Today, now you could do it on the internet. You could say like, Bush, made a contact. I made a contact recently, and I made an error. I don't know how I made an error in my distance, because I thought it was like 12,200 miles from England to America. On the East Coast, I made an error, unless there was something glitching because I typed in what was the distance, and it showed me the distance, unless there was a glitch on the internet that day. And I saw a false, you know, but anyway, I can go back and I can amend it and change the, you know, because it was about 4,200. Something was fudging up, I think. But usually it's very rare to talk from England up here, and then signal doesn't go line sight, it goes up 40 mile to 400 mile up, and then skipping along, and then gets picked up on the other end, and it sounds like they're down the road. Those Americans, it sounds like they're down the road from me, only they're about over that way, 4,000 to about maybe 10,000 miles, which would be on the west coast of America. That'd be the furthest side. And you got all the stations all talking, and it's just like a movie. It's like I can barely hear that sound of that person, or I can barely hear that sound effect, because of this. The amplitude needs a bit more amplitude to bring that sound clearer. So I'm clustered with bloody speakers here in the room. I don't know why, but I'm going to stack them. I'm going to stack these speakers down the room somewhere. So I'm not going to do anything with this tonight, and I'm still got a little bit of low blood pressure. I think I've got to have another piss. I think I'll have another wee. So I'm just going to tidy this cluster of mess, and then I'll figure out what to do. With it. Utilize the other channels. Figure out. So I'm going to stack all these speakers. A few of them down one side of the room. Maybe put the others somewhere else. Oh, there's a bit of a JBL badge missing there. A little bit of the JBL control thing that's come off the, what's it there? What's the other ones? They're okay. Yeah. Yeah. That's okay. I think you can get a spare part for that on eBay. Should have a little orange badge, a little orange thing there that's missing. There's a blue one on the JBL Control 5 Plus. Control 5 Plus they're very rare. They're very rare. Usually when they sell, they're just a bit too pricey, and I'm not interested. Not interested. I got those ones very cheap because I saw the price was woof. I thought, whoa. I ain't going to see them at that price, cheap that price again. So I'll quickly buy them before, It's usually they're a good little JBL Control. I'm surprised they even still to this day they still make the JBL Control 5 as well as the JBL Control 1. I'm surprised these speakers are like 30 something like 30 years old when they first introduced them, I think. I'm surprised they're still producing them. It must be very popular. If it's popular and and at the end of the day, a speaker is a speaker, and we only hear a certain frequency range. Look at that dog, big dog. I'm surprised the dog didn't hear anything down there. Like start barking, like picking up. What's that smell? Yeah, I'm surprised the dog didn't pick up that. Maybe Uhura's not wearing any perfume. Maybe they don't have perfume in the 23rd century. I'm just getting settled for a second, and then how many hours on this? Almost coming up to 6 hour mark. Oh gosh, feel rough. Bloody feel rough. My cats are gonna meow me the moment I go out that door. Meow, meow, meow. Feed us. They've been fed. They had 3 meals. They've had 3 meals, and Magic's had also gourmet. He's had a gourmet, tiny little gourmet meal. So I'm trying to get some weight on him. Because he's shallowed by about 1.5 kilogram weight loss. So I need to figure out how to get some weight back on him, and he's got to put that paw up my other cat's arse. That my other cat's a total bully. He always attacks my other cat, and that's why he's lost some weight, because he's stressed and really fed up. Who wouldn't be? But I wouldn't mind if someone could stress me out, as long as they don't give me this tummy issue thing, and I can lose a bit of weight myself. If that's how you can lose some weight through something like, you lose some weight, I'll take that. As long as it's safe. Otherwise, you just got to burn it off. You just got to rigorously burn off all that weight, and that takes a couple of months. Burn it all off. Oh, what the blazes? What is going on there? What are you doing? What the heck is that? What the blazes are you doing out here? You leave that alone. Oh. I've got to get all these cables off the floor. I'll get all these cables off the floor and go through the, what's it? Yeah, I know, meow. 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 Well, no, you can come in now if you want. You can come in. Just got to tidy this up. Because my bloody home looks like a bloody hi-fi convention show. Ugh. Oh, that's going to be really cluttered down that side. It's only going to be for a couple. It's only going to be for a day or two. And I've got to figure out maybe tomorrow or the day after. Meow. Oh, meow. What the heck is going on in here? It looks like a hi-fi convention show. Oh, so I really like this JBL Control 5 Plus. Oh yeah, that's nice. Nice. That's really nice. That's a really nice passive two-way. That's really nice. Okay, you'll probably be thinking, boys, you got a climbing tree over there. I don't want to stack them on top of the other ones. I think I have to put these other ones in the hallway. I have to put them in the hallway. And you can step on them if you want. They're robust. They're robust. Don't knock anything over. Oh, you got the biscuit feeder. I'll feed you in a moment. Some biscuit feeding. Come, Magic. Magic. I'll wait for the biscuit feeder. A little in between meal. Meow. Oh. Okay. I've got that AV receiver down there. I've got to figure out what to do with that. What to do with that? What extra I can do with that? Meow. Meow. I might have to put this back in there. Oh, gosh. Okay, that's tidied up. That's tidied up. What next? What next? I can feel my body. Oh dear. You know, all the blood tests, every blah, 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 blah. I need a Dr. McCoy. That's what I need. Gets his little fix, what's it thing? And he goes, this man needs medication, Jim. Christ's sake. Oh, my tummy's grumbling. I'm thinking, is it something I ate yesterday? All I had was a pizza. I put some of that Paul Newman on it, on the pizza. Newman own. Give it an Italian spice flavour. Little bit of it. Gives it an extra garnish. A little pizza. Oh dear. Feels like I've got a bloody alien. Now I can hear my tummy grumbling and gurgling. And I hear it below. I don't hear it up here. I can hear it. I can tell the sound is below. You get it in a film mix. The actors talking and their tummies grumbling and that sounds like the tummy's in their mouth when it's below. I've been saying this and over. You need speakers up here, obviously in the middle, which is the common placement. You need them up here behind the screen, and you need them down there but behind the screen, so the sound matches. Or as well as a few more speakers which are a little bit lower down behind the masking, the black velvet, and so it goes a little bit lower down, so when there's sound that's off screen, and then of course obviously a little bit more higher up. So Bear, will you come away from there? Get out. Go on, out. Theoretically you need about Okay, see. Right. So, alright, that's your typical screen. You need screen speaker that's above slightly. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And now a little bit lower down. 1, 2, 3. Bear, will you come away from there? Bear, I'm watching you, little sneaky. Stop going up behind the OLED. Looking to way to find to go behind the projection screen. Oh, you little crafty kitty cat. Get out of there, Bear. Come on, out. Come on. Go up on the seat. Go up on the seat back here, Bear. Come on. Oh. Naughty kitty cat. Naughty kitty cat. My late cat Sooty never did that. Magic doesn't do it. Huh. You get one cat, he's one of a kind. So the black masking will be up here. Black masking. Black masking down here. Black velvet. That's usually where the sub-bass speakers are usually located. Typically that is sometimes. And then you have some more speakers down here. You definitely got to go for a 5. 5 is the way. 5 is the key. So how many speakers? 10, 15, 20, 25. I was thinking before maybe 15 at the most would be the most best, but no. 10, 15, 20, 25. 25 speaker behind the screen. It will work for the home, don't forget, because you only select the speaker size. If you use big cinema PA speakers for a home, ain't gonna happen. Not gonna work. You ain't gonna have enough room to fit them behind the screen. But the theory here is that sound can move diagonal. It can move that obviously across horizontally, as it has been doing for decades. So it can move diagonal as well as moving up and down. So if you got a scene that's like Captain Kirk and Mr. Spock walking by near the Golden Gate Bridge and all that, you'd have that whole thing playing atmospheric sound as well as atmospheric sound on the surround to the overhead, and flowing sound movement, so to speak, as well as below surround. Bear, will you come away? Get out of there. Look, go on, stop it, Bear. How many times has he done that now on the video? Live stream? 4 times now? 5 times? I've lost count. So it needs that many to make the screen come active with sound. Otherwise, you can spot their gaps. You can spot where the speakers are. You can spot them. The little void, or so to speak. You're going to go out of the room, Mr. Bear, if you're going to be naughty. Yeah, 25. 25. So where little sounds might be positioned on the screen, you can add those little individual sounds to those positions. Oh, that's it. He's out the room. Get down. You're out the room, Bear. Come on. Come on, Bear. Out. You're out. He's the only cat that does that. He's the only cat. And because I don't know if he's doing that because he's only going to wreck something and he's only going to break something. That's why he's out, because he's only going to eventually break something. That's what cats do. It's like that cat in that TV show, which is a animatronic. Serena, the supreme witch cat teenager, or whatever that show's called. And there's a cat called Salem. And it's like, look for all the episodes of Salem, the cat. And one episode was where the cat's being ignored. Okay, you're going to ignore me. Okay, I'm going to break this vase, and it knocks something over. It does, you know, just to get the attention. Oh, that's what my cat Bear is up to. He's like Salem because he's got a demonistic kind of meow sometimes, like just a mimic. Sounds like that character in that Exorcist movie. I kid you not, it creeps me out every time he makes that sound sometimes. And I get really creepy. Oh, it creeps me out, it does. I'm thinking he may need an actual maybe a priest. I don't really believe in, you know, but I think it may be an exorcism. This is something very, very unusual with him. Very unusual. I feel like maybe my cat Sooty has kind of transformed into him. And he's angry. He's not being released. Something. It's hard to explain. But something like that. Something on those grounds. So 25 speakers behind the screen. And 25 speakers behind the screen. How long is a piece of string now? How long is a piece of string? Because depending on how long a piece of string is and how big the speakers are and how big the screen is and so forth. You look at these Limax screens, they're gigantic things, aren't they? You know, how can all those little tiny little speakers fill that up with sound? BS, bullshit, immersive, my foot. It only sounds immersive if you're standing far away from them. When you walk up close to the screen, oh, it sounds like a speaker, doesn't it? With real life, for nature, which cannot be fooled. And then you think, well, how to get nature, how to get a film mix to sound like nature? All you can get at the end of the day with all this is an approximation, and that is just about that's all you can get out of it, as an approximation. You're getting something that's a little bit different than the actual real thing. Depending on how well it's been mixed and so forth, and how much time it's had on it to be mixed, and some are pretty good, you know, because engineers are aware of all this, you know. They know their speakers by, they know what pitfalls there are and how to get it to, you know. But at the end of the day, you walk up near to a screen, you know, there's a speaker there. The closer you walk near to the surrounds or whatever, you know, oh, there's not enough surround speakers. 25. And that's just for the screen. And then you got to do the floor surround, walls, ceiling. Because I just like to hear Aliens remixed, Aliens with the drop ship, you know, where it's coming down, you know, into position, and then you hear the pressure doors opening down here at this level below this, you know, so you got drop ship coming down and then they're opening up, and that sound should be in a more or less a below sound positioning, and then the drop ship lowered down, and then cuts to the looking upward where it closed, and then cuts to the interior, and you hear the clunk clunk clunk. You know, it's a good mix by the Pinewood Studios sort of thing. Aliens. It's like the bird of prey in Star Trek 4. You got all the ocean wave. See, you got all the ocean wave. You got the bird of prey there in the background, or up there on the screen, and you got all the ocean. You can't have that ocean sounding up front. It'll be all back here, totally on at the below floor level, to give you the illusion of sounds like being on the ocean. You know, you got to have the subtleties very delicately done, and maybe remix the bird of prey so it's not too overpowering loud sort of thing. So you hear mostly the ocean waves, but the complexities for below surround is far complex than doing an overhead, but the principles should still apply. For I think a successful technology to win over presence of public, you got to have a very successful technology. But I can say this: if there was something that was really way better than Atmos, okay, unless Dolby Labs pull their socks up, okay, because they've been 10 years now at this and they're wasting mostly my listening time. They got to pull their bloody socks up and get with it and get real with acoustical. None of this binaural BS, for Christ's sakes. Got to get a little bit more realistic with it. And it's just up to how many people are going to be dedicated enough to doing it. And how many cinemas would actually be thinking, good God, crikey, that's pretty pricey. But then you got to have people working to figure out, well, this is going to cost a bomb. Ooh. Wee. And we've got to figure out how to get the cost of it down. We've got to think of looking at maybe another type of speaker technology or way to, I think one way is the Dayton Exciter. It needs to have a Mark II version or Mark III Dayton Exciter, so it's a little bit more bigger area of the voice coil sort of thing, and then you stick it or such to a surface. That's the floor, okay, to get the floor to sound like pinking noise. Like Mozart could do all the notation and all the calculations up there in his head. I can do it, and I know it would sound pucker. I just not DIY'd made it myself yet, so I can say, yeah, but I know in theory it would work, and in practice it would also work, in theory and in practice. But it's trial and error. It's testing a Dayton Exciter on MDF wood, because it's got to be MDF, make a new floor. It's possible to possibly do it with steel paneling or such, but you'd have to put some sort of dampening material on that, because it's going to make a resonant. If it's on a metal surface, it's going to make a tinging, resonant sort of thing, and that's got to be problem solved with different surface applied to it. But the theory is to get the floor to sound like a speaker, a whole speaker across the width of the room, from the back up to near where the screen is. Doesn't have to go any further than the screen, only up to near where the projection screen is, and then it can stop there. As long as you got something like that, okay, so you'd have a sound emitting literally from the floor. You can only get so much. If I put the frequency response on the Dayton exciter here, I could show again how that's picking up, how it's sounding with the seat. Just try to let my tummy settle a little bit, and I'll probably show another demo. So I'll just come out of the movie here, go over to the computer. Okay. It's not timed out again, is it? Oh, there it is. Okay. So am I still logged in on here? No, I'm logged out on here. So okay. Hopefully I can generate a pink noise. I've got to disconnect I've got to disconnect that speaker, but I still have the wire connected to that amplifier powering that speaker, and then the sound will come from this seat. I'll mute that side so only one sound be monitored. I can put the microphone nearby, and I can evaluate the frequency response. It even goes up to high frequency, but as to how much far it goes, I haven't fully tested with a sine wave tone. But otherwise, you put a speaker nearby. I've seen most home cinemas, and they got speakers near to the seating. Problem there being, you're going to minimize some of the bass response. You're going to dissipate some of the bass response on those speakers. They got to be attached onto the wall, and then they're coupled to the wall, and then you get a bit more bass response. Also, when you have speakers that are a little bit close nearby, you're going to have to put some, well, you have to put the RTA on, measure the frequency response from the front, the surround, and get the response more or less the same level. Otherwise, those surrounds are going to be like this bloody level up here, and those speakers at the front are going to be down at this level. They're going to be too near, close to you. It's very tricky to put a simple filter in, a couple of filters, and then just lower the level down so it won't sound too incidentally. I'll just put the level back up on the turn that filter back off, turn that one off, put that filter back to normal there for the center. Just trying to get my stomach to settle. Okay, let's go with pink noise. So I'll turn that speaker off and that one. No, I can keep those on. I'll mute them on the THX. It's quicker there. And just mute that there. I can leave the overhead on. I'll just turn the switch off. Turn the switcher thing off. Okay, that's off. So I only have to turn off some of the side surround and the back ones. Back surround where? Right back, left back. Okay, turn that off and off. That right on, that right off. Turn that left off there. Turn that left on. Leave that one on. Generate pink noise. And I don't hear anything. Oh, processor's on mute here. Turn that down. I'll mute that. Should sound now up there. No, it's going on to all the other channels. I don't understand that. I've muted all the other channels. Can't be going on any heights. I've turned that signal off. That's on channel B. Shouldn't be sounding. Do that again. It's strange. Got gremlins. Oh, that there. Alright, let me have the pink noise on and try it again. No, it should be muting. Let me save it. Okay, I saved it. Okay. There's a bit of a strange glitch. I'm not even logged in on the laptop with the. I'm only on the computer. Okay, left surround up there. Turn that on. I'll try and save it so it goes on. Ah, now it's sounding. Yeah, you got to turn it on and then save it. Okay, I've got sound there. I can partly hear here a little bit, vaguely. It's very vague because the dB level is a bit high on that JBL, so it's JBL up there's that sound level, and the one on the exciter is about this level, and it's got a specific frequency response, which also would need a bit of equalizing. And if I move like that, I can hear this one still sounding, and that sound up there. That's pretty cool, actually. All I have to do is just disconnect a wire, and then I've got sound on the I find my little head torch. My little head torch. Where's my head torch? Where's my head? Oh, there it is. There's my head torch. Not good. Oh shit! I can't do this. Oh, for Christ's sake! Let's just mute that. I can't do it. I can barely raise my arms up. I can barely raise my arms up. This thing's still bloody going on, for Christ's sake. Feel a little bit different tonight. Maybe I'll die tonight, and that'll be that. I'm not gonna die. I'm just not up to it at the moment. I'm just trying to relax. My tummy's still feeling a little weird. And my heart rate's going, it's going beep, 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 beep. It's going like that. 97 over 100 something, I guess. Should be roughly average 97 over 56, 50, 56. Oh, went a little bit faint there. Oh, Christ's sake. Oh. We've got so much things in our lives to do. I know you understand, Captain. My time is running out. I know you understand. I have to get to the Nexus. Oh, I can barely raise my arms. Oh, crying out. Maybe I need a step ladder, or maybe that'll make it easier. Oh. Loot magic. Oh shit. No. Oh. Ouch. Which one it is? It might be that one. Okay. I hope I connected the right wire up and disconnected the correct wire, so the speaker's JBL's disconnected. Oh no, when I've got the pink noise. I think I might be on the wrong wire. Oh, crikey. It's disconnected. I'm not onto the other correct wire. It'll be in a second. Oh, there we go. Okay, sound is on the what I call the SAS. I call it surround around seating. It's a discovery. It's not really, I would say, an invention, more of a discovery. And it is a bit directional. Yeah, it's a bit directional. So without having, say, like a JBL Control 1 behind me on the seat, attached to the seat, would look intimidating. The size, even though it's a small speaker. But the Dayton exciter is giving a broad pink noise. It sounds very broad. There's also several things. The seat that it's attached to may need some other additional dampening on the inside, because there's a plastic seat back that unattaches, that comes undone. That may need, say, an absorbent material put on the inside, because I'm guessing I'm hearing something like a resonant frequency. Only way to evaluate that is to have a microphone nearby and then put sine wave tone. And then if I can see the fundamental frequency, say 500 hertz, if I see other frequencies in front of it, those are harmonics. They're acoustical frequency. I call it acoustical enhanced acoustical phantom sound. They're harmonics. They're frequencies. They're not real. They're not real. Those blips you see on the screen are not real. They're phantoms. General, you are listening to a machine. Do the world a favor and don't act like one. War games. Those blips are not real. They're phantoms. And a visual enhanced hallucination. So, is my RTA connected? Oh, we'll stand up a little bit steady there. I'm not sure when this is going to settle. RTA on. Mr. Bear, you're not going to do anything weird now, are you? Which microphone should I use? I've got microphones to sink a battleship. I don't know what microphone to use. I'll use this one. Which one? That's the what's it? I'll use this one. I could either use the tripod, or I'll just take it off the microphone boom and then move the microphone around, which is a lot easier. Just got to connect it up to the computer. Come on, Bear. Oh, no, don't do that. Yeah. Oh, magic. Feed you later in the day. Now, also, the Dayton exciter sounds a bit different at the back, on the back row. So if I come and sit in the back row, I can hear the Dayton exciter in front of me. If I move side to side, it stays within a few degrees of being uniform. I can locate its position right down there, obviously. No, I'm not doing I'm not doing that. I'm just putting my hand in front of the sound wave and blocking some of the sound, and then once the other seat back here is also connected to a Dayton exciter, it should sound I would guess diffused, but partly the sound coming from the one here at the back was sound a bit kind of shaped off, like the frequencies rolling off a bit. There's also another way to attach the data on Excited to the seat, because there probably be just about barely enough room to actually fit it inside the seat. So I could feel the bass mid on it. I can feel that. Just got to get it on the RTA. Look at it on the RTA. Probably needs about maybe 2 of them on the seat. One here, one there, and one there. So you get a phantom sound. Otherwise, I'm localizing. I can hear. I'm moving my position. And I can hear it's in a. It's yeah. Okay. RTA. Shh. Okay, it's working. Turn that off. Third octave, 1/12. Or try 120, fourth octave. Bear, you're going out the room, Bear. Come on. Did you just go out? I'm not having you doing this, Bear, right now. Yeah, you go out. Wow. You want to come in, Magic? You want to come in? All right. So, which microphones? I think I'll go to 1/3. So it's positioned to where the microphone is, near to my ears. So that the high frequencies rolled off. I could do 2 things there. I could put a bandpass filter and put it to where it's peaking the highest and lower it down and then just take up the amplifier level. Otherwise, let me try a sine wave tone. Oh yes, this has been generated on the, what's it? I thought it was generated on the REM or the True RTA, the pink noise. I totally forgot. Go back into there. Well, I've got a 43 hertz sine wave playing. The seat is vibrating nicely at 43. Hear a bit of a buzzing. And that's only due to the seat's got to be secured and tightened down securely. Go up to a higher frequency. Start at a typical 1 kilohertz. You see 1 kilohertz on the RTA. Okay, I'll go up to the next higher frequency. I tried this Dayton exciter on a piece of cardboard with some high frequency at maybe about arm distance, and I was very, very supremely surprised with some of the high frequency sine wave tones going up to 10,000, 12,500, typical third octave sine wave tone frequencies, and then going up to then manually going up to 14,000 kilohertz until eventually it started to shallow a little bit. Also, our hearing range is going to, not pick it up very well. The microphone was still receiving it because that's not like the human ear. It doesn't have a fluid, even though it's got a little kind of fluid in the magnet structure thing, but it's not like our ears with a hairs and a fluid in the inner ear. It's nothing like that. And anyway, turn that. I keep thinking of sine waves on the bloody what's it here. Minimize that screen a little bit. Where is it? Go over. There. Okay. Just move that over a little bit, and my sine wave tone is there. There, go up to 2 kilohertz. So I can see 2 kilohertz. I can hear 2 kilohertz on the seat. My fader level, according to that, is at -7 dB. That's probably neither here or there. There's quite a bit of amplifier power on the crown amplifier, even though they have to be individually done. They got to be individually calibrated with individual amplifiers. These 2 kilohertz, okay. Go to 3 kilohertz. It's getting a little bit faint. If it was playing that sine wave out from a JBL HF horn, which has got a higher sensitivity, it would be doing that, turning it down. So I haven't tried it. I'll have to get out the seat and see what it sounds like on the back row. Let's see how it sounds. Perceivably a little bit, a few dB louder. If I move nearer, move side to side. I'm just generally checking out typical standing wave frequency to see if there's any standing wave. But and since I'm back in the background, let me get what's it there? I'll do it remotely. Back here, type in the next frequency at 4 kilohertz. Now I can hit 4 kilohertz. Moving around a bit. Surprisingly, it stays pretty uniform. And that's very rare. That's very rare, that is very rare. Because usually if it was coming out from a speaker from up behind the screen, and if I move around too much, I would hear too much of a standing wave. But here, I would say the standing wave is very minimal. Go to 6 kilohertz. It's getting a little bit fainter now. It sounds like it's rolling off, but still surprisingly uniform. If I go to 7 kilohertz, I think it's going to get faint. It's going to get too faint. It needs a bit of amplifier power. Now I can hear 7 kilohertz, but it sounds too soft. It needs to be amplified a little bit. That's why, because these Dayton exciters versus the JBLs are a lower sensitivity, and depending on the surface area of the Dayton exciter and how it's placed, if I had it on cardboard, an arm's distance away from me, it will sound different. It will sound maybe a little bit louder. Go to 8 kilohertz. And that's too faint, needs amplifying. I could turn the fader up on the processor, but I'm up at -7 dB, so it'd be more advisable to turn the amplifier level up. I can go into the crown. I'll just turn that generator off for the moment. Open the Crown Architect. Because the gain levels on the Crown Architect are set pretty low at the moment. Plus I've got some, oh gosh, I think I've got some high pass filters put on top to kind of bring the tone level down, so it sounds more or less like the screen channel or the sound pressure level, equivalent to the sound pressure level. I'm not sure if I need something to eat. I only ate yesterday. I only had 1 meal yesterday. That's all I had, 1 meal yesterday. My cats have had 4 meals. Okay, open the Crown Architect. Okay. Input level. Okay, so I'm going to raise the input level up a little bit to 0. So I'll take it up a little bit. Which output is it? It's that one, number 1. Okay. Where was its position before? 14, 15, about 16, 17, I think it was. Okay, take it up to 0. Okay. Okay, it's up to 0. I'll play that sine wave again. 8 kilohertz should sound a few dB louder. And of course, I still got the other levels turned down on the Crown. I think they were at first at full level. Now I turned them back. I think it was a week or so ago. I turned them back down to about half level. And I think more recently, I think I've taken the level down just a little bit more. So they're gradually being turned down a little bit. But I got enough amplifier dynamic range on tap. Turn the generator on. Oh, now that 8 kilohertz is sounding a little bit. Let me move around on that. Hang on. About that position, I can hear a standing wave. Back here. Okay. Move forward a bit. Oh, that's still minimal. That's still minimal. The problem there being the sine wave is the tone is down at this position, whereas there's going to be sound sine wave tone coming from up there on the side surround or on the back surround. No, don't play a sine wave too long. Wow, that was good. Go up to 9,000 kilohertz. It's going to get a bit faint, probably at 9,000 kilohertz. Probably get a bit faint at 9,000 kilohertz. Yeah, I can just about perceive it. but it needed incredibly a bit more amplifying. And then all the other frequencies have got to be have a filter on it to lower them down so they won't sound too loud. Otherwise, won't be able to hear the frequencies going from up. So I'll just check at 10,000. I'll put another 0 on there. That's 10,000. Oh, I can just hear 10K, 10,000 kilohertz, but it's sounds like being on the CB radio. It sounds like back of the box, very distant. So it's very low level. It needs to be amplified a bit. But otherwise, yeah, that's pretty impressive. 10,000 kilohertz on a back of an iron cinema seat with a Dayton exciter on it. That's pretty impressive. Let's see. Going to what's it here? I can take that level up a little bit for what will go. Let me check the amplifier output level on here. There, will you stop scratching away at the door there? All right, I'm going to turn this level up a little bit. And I'll be very, very clear away from or clipping the amplifier. It won't be anywhere near clipping. All right, that 9 kilohertz now should sound a little bit more louder or clearer. Oh, wow. If not almost a little bit ear piercing, almost, maybe close to ear piercing, and that's 10,000 kilohertz. So getting high frequencies tuned on these seats, and of course there'll be other exciters fitted on the seats, and how I got to do it, I got to work it out. And so it's a bit technical. So if someone was seated, I got to get it so it wouldn't really draw attention to itself. I got to get it so it fills in a void in front. You hear the sound, and so it should sound making the stereo width not too wide, but making it more tighter, if that makes sense. But it's still very much an exciter that's only attached onto the seat. Okay, I'll go to 11,000. Oh, I can just hear 11,000, but it sounds like a very small, squeaky. Let me just check the. Let's just put that on again. Go to the. Oh, move to that position. I can hear it like a very high pitched, squeaky. Oof. I need to check the crown. Need to check the crown levels. Oh, yeah, I can hear it in that position at 11,000. This position. Move back a little bit. It drops off a little bit. Standing wave, I think. A bit of a standing wave. I'm just checking the crown levels on the architecture down there. Yeah, I'm getting pretty. I'm about almost. I'm over the halfway point. I'm over the halfway level. You always got to have some amplifier power reserved for headroom. So I'm over the halfway level. But the other high frequency is coming from, you know, how everything then will be tuned, and then the below surround, getting the high frequencies, getting sound from there below and overhead. You know, when you got a rain cloud that's overhead, it's uniform. You know, when you got a rain cloud and an atmos, it sounds like something out of the Truman Show, where the cloud starts raining on the Truman guy, yeah, and it's like the very directional rain. And he goes, oof, where? He gets out and he walks away, but suddenly realizes it's weird. It's never rained like that before. What's going on? And he walks over this way, and then the cloud follows him. And it goes that way, and that way, and that, and then suddenly it all, you know, because I've never known a rain cloud that sound like that in real life. In an atmosphere, in a movie, it still sounds wrong. And rain, like I say, it never makes a sound when it is coming from the rain cloud. It's impossible. Doesn't make a sound. There's just vapor up there, moisture, and it just then falls and releases and comes down silent. It free falls, and then it lands on a surface, lands on there, makes a sound on a surface like that. It would land on that and make that sound, make that sound, make that sound. And then the carpet, everything. Does that make sense? It should, because in nature, for which nature cannot be fooled, you know? You gotta like have a, oh gosh, you know, this atmosphere is not even, it's just like adding on a little bit of an extension for a few extra speakers. When you're further away from them, like I say, it sounds almost, but when you get near to the speaker, it sounds like a speaker. If you get near to a rain cloud and you go up high altitude, eventually you should still be hearing that rain landing on you, because it's free falling from the cloud, and it's still landing on you, landing on your head, landing on your nose, glasses, but you know, and you're going up higher and higher and up until eventually you pass through the rain cloud. What you think then happens? You don't hear any rain on you now, because it's below you, because it's falling out of that cloud. You see, I don't have to go up there to know that. That's why I've got a very high intelligence. And, you know, if mixers want to get real with this, you know, they got to fool me with a movie that's using rain sound. They got to, utilize a below surround channel. And then you got to look at the geographics of what is in the film. You got to look around. You got to look around at everything that's in that frame, and how nature sounds when it's raining. If there are trees nearby, it lands on the trees, and if you stand away from those trees, it sounds like the rain is up here, but it's not. It's just landing on tree leaves and branches. When you stand away from looking at buildings, mostly all that rain's landing on buildings, all different height, depending on the amount of rain. And rain clouds have an average of 200, or 65,000 tons of water. You got lots of rain clouds, you know. And you got all this, you know, you get drizzle, you get soft rain, you get fine rain, You get a downpour. You get a flash flood. A flash flood, you can't see anything in front of you. It's rain coming down by the bucketful, by the second, and you can't see what's in. You can't put your hand in front of your face, and you got water literally coming down. It's like a standing in a waterfall where you just water just literally coming over you per second, and then it's that thick or density per second. That's not bad. 11,000 kilohertz. I'll try one more at 12,000 kilohertz. Wow, I can hear 12,000 kilohertz on that Dayton exciter on that seat. It's very, very tiny. It's very low level, my hearing perceiving it, because our hearing range is going to roll off. Okay, so the tone sounds very quiet. That's when you get up to back it down to 8 kilohertz, the tone's going to be like, whoa, bloody loud. Okay, and when you get down to 1 kilohertz, it's like, crying out loud, turn it down. Okay, because our hearing range rolls off on the very high frequency, the very high end. So it's got to be elevated. So you got to elevate the tone on the amplifier and frequency, even though it's flat, more or less, or whatever. Run a frequency sweep. I've got to run how to get a frequency sweep back here through the REM. I haven't got a foggiest idea, because there's no multi-stereo on this bloody Storm. So how the heck am I supposed to do a proper sound calibration? I can only play pink noise and look at the pink noise in real time. That would give me a rough idea. That'll give me a rough idea, that will. Otherwise, that's not bad. Now, if I were to sit back here and play those sine wave tones again, I might not hear them, because the Dayton exciter is more at the back. So I might not pick them up. Those tones, I might not pick those up. But I'll pick them up on the other JBLs. I'll be able to pick those tones up, because they'll be coming down from this direction. No, I'm not reading. Get out there. There. Magic, get down. Oh boy. Oh, goodness. This is what you call a lab. Okay. I'm microwaving and cooking 3 baked potatoes. Oh, I got a bag of crisps here. Oh, aren't they potatoes? Might as well bake some potatoes and I'll add some tuna fish with a bit of, I don't think I've got any sweet corn. We'll have a simple little meal. And I'll put the other potatoes in the freezer. I'll take them out and then all I have to do is microwave them, heat them up. So it'd take about 90 minutes, roughly, to do on baked potato. About 90 minutes. By the ones that are already done, mkIII. And they only need about 5 minutes in a microwave, and then they're like great. They're wonderful. Wow. There's the remote. There's my keyboard. Okay, see how this sounds with the sine wave back here, as long as it doesn't knock me out my seat. I can just about hear it from this seat position. I can just about hear it. So yeah, it's going to be a little bit more nearer to that seat at the back. Of course, when all the exciters, when all the Dayton exciters are fitted, and they got to have their own amplifier. That's the problem there. That's the problem. That is the problem. What the heck fell over there? That's the big problem with that sort of thing, is most of the sound, whether I do it mono, stereo, very difficult. Very difficult, because what I'm trying to pull off is a psychoacoustic illusion. I could also fit the Dayton exciter back to the seat bucket, because I a couple of months ago or so, I had it attached to the seat bucket, just like the Dayton or Aurora bass shaker. I was just checking to see if the Dayton exciter could vibrate the seat, and yeah, it did. I used it as a bass shaker, and it was about a week or a month or so later, and I was thinking, why not try it full range on the seat? And I tried it, and it worked. Just needs a lot of adjusting, so to get the sound equal from the speakers here, up here, on the side surround, because these are connected to the side surround. If I want to connect them to the overhead, I'm already thinking ahead, way ahead. If I keep in the full range directional sound, might be a bit of a snag, I think, with that. I'm like, okay, let's try something else. So if I've got an overhead sound up there, so if whether it's on that there or over there, it's coming down. I could generate the pink noise, I think. I could do the pink noising. I could do a basic level adjustment, but I've got to set all the levels back to normal after I've done the test. I guess I could do that. Okay. Let me try 13,000 kilohertz. Can't really tell if I can hear it. I know the microphone's picking it up, so if I put the microphone there, you can see it on the RTA. You can see 13,000 kilohertz. I'll turn it off. So that's picking up. That's picking the sound up that our hearing range, like I say, it rolls off. And that tone and the level and the amplifier power and so forth are very key factors. You can't clip the signal, otherwise it's going to distort. But still, that's impressive on a seat. Maybe a little bit more working it out. Maybe if I put the Dayton exciter inside. So take this plastic back off and then fit it inside and see how far it will push back. It's still got to have a bit of a gap. You can't press against anything behind inside the seat. Actually, I could pull it down a little bit lower behind the seat because the seat back kind of goes like that. So this point up here be too close to the rest of the seat. So somewhere down here, there'll be a bit of a gap. Maybe if I locate it there and try the pink noise and see how it sounds and radiates. Because it's experimental. With regular home cinema seating, that is, not real cinema seats, you wouldn't be able to fit these Dayton exciters to the back of the seat. You'd have to find a way to pull the fabric, undone the fabric, and then you've got to find a way to attach it to a wood beam, and then it'll radiate sound on that wood beam. But it's going to be very narrow sound on a bit of wood beam that's very narrow, or depending on how the seat is. If it's wide sort of thing, and you can find a way to, then it'll radiate a little bit. I'm hungry. Yeah, I know, but also got a tummy issue with a pain, physical pain. I know, but I'm hungry. Yes, I know you're hungry. Have another crisp. I know, but I'm hungry. Venom. I do a good Venom voice, I do. Almost probably better than Tom Hardy. I know, but I'm hungry. I'm still having this issue. I just think it's getting worse. I think I got blood test results and the doctor's holding out on me. Give me the tools and I'll do it myself. I've probably got an alien inside me. That's what it is, an alien. I've been saying it for years. It feels like there's something strange on the back of my neck. Something very strange. And the last thing you want to do is go around yelling out you got aliens on the back of your neck. And some species are curious about how we are treating each other or doing these things, and they're just generally curious. Well, why did they have to pick me? Why couldn't they have picked someone like Carl Sagan? So I'm going to step down in the frequency tone now on the sine wave, and it'll go a bit audible and a bit loud, and I'll be turning the volume down on the fader. Go down to 10,000 kilohertz. It's not too bad. It's a bit clear, audible. I'll go down to 8,000. It's going to sound pretty. It's going to register. You're going to hear it, everyone. You're going to hear 8,000 kilohertz. A very kind of squeaky sound. I'm just going to do that for a sec. Oh, it's not too bad. It's not too bad. It's calm. But it looks like I'm seeing a harmonic frequency here. I'm seeing two tones. One of them is an acoustical hallucination. It's a harmonic. I'm seeing a harmonic coming up at 20,000 kilohertz. I'm seeing the fundamental 8,000 and seeing a harmonic. Okay. Go into the crown. I'll lower down some of the levels. Go back to the RTA. Turn on the generator. Still seeing a harmonic. Curious. Could it be the input gain level on the microphone? Not that I think it's clipping. Try it again. Yeah. Let me adjust the... Right. Looks okay there. But there is some harmonic. That also would need to be checked, evaluated electronically with the Storm, and there's no way yet I've got this all connected up to the THX, so I could go. I have to make a special. I think that is down the road that way. No, actually, it's over that way. I'm hungry. I have to make a special box and make a special add-on box that I can connect with the THX, so I can check the check the amplifier signal electronically. Because if I'm seeing harmonics on the amplifier, then they're probably getting generated by curious. Got to work it out, solve it. Otherwise, I don't think that's that Dayton where it is at the moment. I don't think it's generating a harmonic. It's got to be on the amplifier. But I need to check that electronically to be absolutely certain. So that's way down, but it's not a problem. It's not a problem. I've got to have another lead so I can move it from XLR output on the Storm audio while it's connected to an oscilloscope, so I can generate some tone, and then also check to evaluate if there's any harmonics being generated on the Storm. It's called the B chain. It's called the B chain, okay? B chain. Be good. So I've got to check the B chain all the way through, right up to the amplifier, right up to the electronic crossovers. It could be generated on the DCX, you never know. Through to the THX, I've got to check the B chain, through to the amplifiers, through to the speaker, got to check the B chain. It's complicated. Let's move that microphone over in that position. Move it. I'm definitely seeing a harmonic there. Okay, come down to 7 kilohertz. Get a bit louder now, I think. No. Because it's still behind me, that Daytonic. So I come down to something like 1 kilohertz. Yeah, see, I told you. Let me just do that again. Just put my ear plug in. Just check to see if I've got any harmonics on 1 kilohertz. Looks okay. I can't see any harmonic coming up on the at 1 kilohertz. Can't see any harmonic. Of course, increase the level and increase it. Eventually, some harmonic will start to appear, but it's fundamentals like that level. And if any the fundamentals that level, say for example, if I go a bit higher, eventually I'll probably start to see a harmonic slipping in down here, but it's way down here, you know. You're not going to notice it too much because this tone's way up here and it's over modding. So you wouldn't notice it. Unless you really go deep listening for it. Just go back to the crown. Go to processor input levels. And set that back down to its normal level where it was before. It's around about 16 dB. So about that. Okay, go back to the generator. Turn the generator on. Okay. Go down to 900 hertz. Oh, I'll scroll through the frequency. Doesn't do it quite like the REM. when you hold the rem and hold the button down, you can hear the frequency go on the Storm. It doesn't do it. If I go down a few frequencies and then pause, and then it will sound the tone. And then stop, scroll down, stop. 770 hertz. 747. Well, that's an airplane, isn't it? 747. I wonder if it's got an SR71. Oh, that would be 71 hertz now for an SR71 Blackbird. The tone sounds like it's shifting now. It's moving this way. Even though the datum that's exciter is on the seat. So I can hear the tone shifting now. It sounds like it's shifting back over this way slightly. And position myself there and go, is it back up in frequency? Go back down. 735, go up. 742. Sounds like it's increased, and it's kind of 749 sounds like it's increasing in level, getting louder. Move it to that position. Sounds pretty uniformish. 789. Okay, I'll scroll down. Keep scrolling down. Keep going. Keep going. Keep going. Keep 649 hertz. 650. 651. Mouse has gone, lost contact there. Oh, you bugger. Bloody dongle. Typical fucking. It's this bloody dongle acting up. I think it's the connecting. It's the connector on that pin. Just had to bloody do it right at a bloody time when I got a sine wave going. Typical. I'm gonna have to get a new dongle, new keyboard, because they're all got different frequency. I'll get a new keyboard because my other keyboard looks like it's seen better days. I've got to get a new, yeah, that's really acting up. How can that possibly be? Okay, it's okay now. Let me just push that back into position up there because my dongle for the wireless is up there. If it was connected to the keyboard, the computer, the signal won't reach. Okay, scroll down. 624 hertz, 595 hertz. I'll keep on going. I'll go a bit lower down. 449 hertz, 435, 422, 300. Sounds a bit knackered, that frequency. Sounds knackered. Oh, and I'm noticing resident feeling in the seat. That's interesting. I need to go back and evaluate all this again. So I'll go up. So I'm feeling the seat. This is the whole point of want to make the surround SAS. I want to get the feel of the reverberation in the seat. So balancing the levels and so forth be very interesting. I can sense a little bit at 400 hertz. As I get a bit lower down, it will start to do a little bit more vibration. 254, I can feel it in the seat. Not much the seat back, unless I put my hand there and feel it there. Not much against my back because it's how our backs, our bodies are constructed. I can feel it in the, feel it there. Going down to 200 hertz. And the tone seems like it's not there, but kind of. But still needs a little bit of finessing. 188 hertz, 171, 170, 160, 150, 140, 130, 120, 110, 100, 90, 80. It's dissipating. It's fading out a little bit. 70, 60. Can feel a little bit of vibration. 50 hertz. Yeah, I can feel some satisfactory vibration in the seat, as well as being a bit uniform and not diffused because of the tone of the frequency. 40 hertz. Something rattling there, buzzing. A simple thing to solve. That's a simple thing to solve. 30 hertz. It's losing energy, I think. That data on Exciter is kind of doing that. It's only got a very small X max on it. It's very tiny. Very vague at 25 hertz. But it needs a bit more amplifier power. Needs a little bit of gain level. So I can go on to turn the gain level up again on the amplifier. Not much going on there. Go to 30 hertz. That's not too bad. I can hear a little bit of vibration on because it's how it's attached. 33, 40 hertz. That's not too bad. Of course, when there's other sound playing, even from another speaker, sub bass, whatever. Let's just mute that sound wave. There'll be a frequency masking, so I might just notice it, but yeah, it's a little rattle on the seat. Probably from the inside, just needs something like a little bit of blue tack, a little bit of cardboard, and then it solves the problem. Simple little thing, cardboard or blue tack. And it's only where the seat or maybe the exciter itself is moving. But generally just play pink noise. Turn that gain level down again. Up there. Turn it up. No, it's not too bad. Give me an average 70 dB. You can go a little bit more louder, but mute it. Turn the generator off. Put a filter in. I could go into the daytime, not the daytime. I could go into the crown. Where is it? Processing. All right, I've already got a filter turn on there. All right, I don't want to mess around with that. Go to, oh, the bloody what's it's not making a connection again. Christ's sake, typical. I'll get a new what's it for that. I get a new dongle keyboard. Typical. Maybe I'll use a bit of blue tack on it, huh? It's a loose connection on the pin, which is only connected to some copper connectors to a bloody what's it? Typical. I think there's some real gremlins there. Oh, okay. Keyboard's mouse is moving. Easy does it. Easy does it. Keyboard, mouse, okay. Okay. I think they're higher power forces at work. Okay, I'll put a PEQ filter in here. Okay, let's play the pink noise again. Hear that? Widen the Q bandwidth. Make it narrow. So that's just me widening the bandwidth for Q. Doing that sort of thing. And then as it is at the moment, raising the level back up to 0 and then higher. But it sounds a bit too shrilly, sounds a bit too loud and harsh. Wow. Oh, just me. Oh, wow. Wow. Sounded like G Major Oxygen, where they do. You got that. It sounded like when doing that whooshy effect, moving it up and down makes that. The data and exciters, they need to have their whether I use the other crown amplifier, but I don't know. The exciter can handle about 40 watts, but I don't know if anyone's done a very thorough test to see how far they can go until they fail. Not to, you know, it's just to so that you know that they can only go this far and then they will fail, or maybe not push it near to fail, but you know it's getting near to fail, and so you back off, back off down. See, that's what Maverick should have done in Top Gun 2. He shouldn't have pushed it to Mach to 10.1, then he pushed it to 10.2, pushing his luck. He should have crashed and burned, and it wouldn't look pretty. Okay, so you just back it on back. That would be me. I'll just back it off down. I wouldn't push it to the level where it goes up in flames. What's the point of doing that? You know, what's the point of doing these videos where blowing speakers up? What's the point? You just back it off down. You know it's getting there, so it's not going to handle anymore, and you can check it with a voltmeter. And so you just back it on down. What's the point of blowing something up, for God's sake? You know, I think that's just going to jinx you. It's going to put a jinx on you, put a curse on you. So you back it off, back it down. Otherwise, not bad exciters. Of course, if I want more exciting level or whatever, I'll just add another exciter. Theoretically, it should go up 3 dB. Theoretically, should increase. But 2 exciters per seat. I just don't know. So I have to do some simulation on the whiteboard. I have to do some simulation. I know how it sounds so far with the sine wave tone and going through the tones. And that's each tone at a time. Can't generate the the multi-tone from the RAM. I'm gonna have to lean on Storm Audio. They gotta have put a firmware or something to put a multi-channel stereo on this. Otherwise, I cannot do a full calibration alignment. I can do partially now that I can get into the sound generator and activate sound on all speakers. I can do, but I still need to go a little bit further. So I would take my EQ to the next level. Never mind all the other people with their blimmin' Dirac and all that. I will be going a bit further, but you can't really go too far. I'll go far with it as in tuning and so far, but you can't go any further outside of 20,000 kilohertz, because that's only going to entertain a cat, a dog, and a pet bat hanging on the ceiling. That's all it's going to entertain. And I don't think the Storm Audio would go above. Actually, there is something else on the Storm Audio that I noticed with the EQ, going on the EQ feature. I noticed there were symbols, not alien, not Egyptian symbols, but other symbols associated with electronics. Some symbols I didn't even recognize. A few of them I did. I noticed microfarad. I'm thinking, that's weird. So this, I guess, I don't know if it can do a few more other things, but it may be a secret Easter egg that's hidden. I'll have to ask Storm about that. But I can show you a brief. What it looks like. So I'll get this a little bit nearer in a moment. I'll just go into the EQ. There we go. So that's the lower part of the frequency. So I'll put this down here and I'll scroll it back. And it's going down to 20. That's going down to 10 hertz, 5 hertz. I don't know why this isn't continuing down further. I really don't know. It does. You can EQ it down to 16 hertz. You could put a sine. I think I'll put a sine wave through. So there's 1 hertz there. And now it's going down to 5. I'm really not sure what this is. I don't understand it. It's like it's going into the parallel universe of the infrasonic zone. See, look at the figures. And now there's a symbol there. That looks like a microfarad symbol, 100 microfarad. That looks like a microfarad symbol, 10 microfarad, 1 microfarad, 10N. I'm not familiar with that. But these are electronical. So there's 100N, 10N, 5 to 1N. And this thing just keeps on going. I mean, I'm not kidding. 100p. I'm not familiar. Now, if I scroll upward, it takes a while. This is weird. This is really, I've got to ask stormaudio, because I need to know. I need to know how to. But this really up here, the blue, up here, the blue, that should go on down to 1 hertz, really. That will actually down to 0. We'll keep scrolling. And there's 10,000 kilohertz and there's 20,000. And it just keeps on going. Goes up to 100,000 kilohertz. And then it goes up to 1M. I can only guess 1M must be microfarad, microwave. I don't know. I don't know. It can't be microwave because that's total different frequency. That's not gigahertz. So I've got to check that out, what 1M means, because I don't have experience with that. And if this is like going up to the bat range, then it's off the human rate. And then it goes up to 1B, 10B, 100B, 1T. What the heck? 100T, 10 with 10, 15, 10 of 16th, 10 of 17th. Oh, crying out loud. This thing just keeps on going. Was this thing obviously designed, I'm guessing, for some other type of electronics? Like, the only thing I can think of is an oscilloscope. These ranges just keep on going. Look at it. Scroll up, down there, bring it. Wow. And I can easily go back to it. All I have to do is click on and then click refresh, and it goes back to the original. Goes back to, you know, this thing just, I think that's the limit now. That's it. It won't go anymore. No, hang on. It's still moving. 10, 11, 10, 11, 5, 0. Oh, yeah, it's still going. Bloody hell. Have they designed this processor for the alien Earth encounter, mate? Ooh, alien Earth encounter. I don't understand these figures. At 10, 290073. I catch on. I do catch on, but I need to know what that means. So I'm not familiar with it. So if I want to go back to normal, I'll just go back up at the top here and click refresh. And it goes back to normal, back to there. So that's a little Easter egg. That's a little Easter egg in the storm. They could have put a frequency sweep thing on this, so you could do an actual frequency sweep on the storm rather than using an REW. That'll work. If they can have a, because I got to generate a frequency sweep through all the channels to do evaluation of overlays and check everything electronically. So all they got on their sound generator is sine wave, pink noise 400 to 4 kilohertz. So that's a basic narrowband pink noise, typical on most AV receivers or whatever today. You don't use that to calibrate your system. You use full band. Otherwise, you'd only be adjusting a little range. Then you got external. I'm guessing that's plugging in through maybe the HDMI. I think there's a USB connection on this, but I've got to check the manual. I've got to read the manual. Maybe to connect with Room EQ Wizard, I guess. It might network the REW to any channel in the system, and I could do a frequency sweep, but I've got to read the manual. So I'm not really sure how to use that at the moment. So I've got no experience with that at the moment. That's it. That's all it's got. Would have been easier if they had a sine wave generator on there, and then you do a save, print screen, whatever, and then save and whatever. Yeah. So I'll exit that. I'm gonna activate all my speakers again in the room on the system. Turn them all back on. Now reconnect that speaker back up. Reconnect that back up. So until I'm ready to use an external amplifier for the exciters, because the amplifier would be about 200 watts. It's not that I would damage the exciter by using 200, because I'd still be careful. There'll be enough there to say use for headroom if I wanted to get some of the high frequencies from these exciters. I just got to work it out. Okay, turn that fader down a bit and turn the pink noise on. Okay. Does it sound like it's sounding on the other speakers? Oh no, I forgot to save and generate. That's doing it. Let me try the screen channel. Yeah, that's okay. That's okay. That's okay. That's okay. Did I turn anything off on the crown amplifier? I didn't mute any channels. Let me generate the pink noise again, because I haven't got that other surround speaker up there actively connected, but I should be hearing the others. I know I switched off the overhead on the switcher box. I know that's switched off. Oh yeah, let's put that filter back to 0 there. On that other, put that other filter back to 0. Go to the generator. So that it's on. Input level. Yeah, let's turn that down. That's it. I can hear the other speakers. Right, I can hear the other JBLs. And even though that JBL up there is disconnected from the amplifier, up this one here, up above me, the others are active. The back surrounds are also active. So if I were to turn up the level for the Dayton exciter on this seat, I've got the level about roughly the same level position as the other gain, the other levels on the other channels. I can just vaguely hear it or sense it. Now I'm going to increase the level a little bit. Now it sounds a little bit more. Yeah, I can hear it. I'm just trying to guesstimate the dB level electronically. I'm just trying to guesstimate. So the other levels are roughly about 14 there, about 18, 17. Okay. So the other one I think was about 16.5. I can sense it. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Do it again. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I would say about a 9 dB. I need about a 9 dB gain level. I need about 9 dB over. Well, it's not over 0. So the levels I'm putting them, I'll just put that back to about 16.5 on the 16.5 there. Turn that pink noise off. And I'll connect that JBL back up there. I'll connect it back up. So I need roughly about Now there's also another way round this. That's cheaper without using necessarily another amplifier. There's also another way round it. So if I was going to take the side surrounds sort of thing, how many? So if I'm playing Atmos, I don't know why I just don't kind of leave it there and just kind of leave it kind of like settled. You see, what's mostly causing the masking is the middle and the high, mostly the middle range on the JBLs. Mostly the middle, maybe the tweeter as well. If they had their own L pad, one for the mid range, one for the high range, typical like you see on most hi-fi speakers, one for the middle, one for the high, and you turn them down, and then you only got the bass driver then sounding on a passive crossover for a passive crossover network, and you just adjust and tune them, sort of thing. So for the room, sort of thing. Theoretically, that's all I need is something like, that's like modifying, but it's a bit of a dog's dinner actually. Oh my goodness, I'd have to It's a way to cut corner, and then it's just getting some cheap, affordable L pads. Sometimes you can get them as they're just a variable resistor. That's all it is. A high current signal in with variable. That's all it is. I could get them very small or large, but I'd rather get them. I'm looking at my JBL hi-fi speakers over here. There's some JBL hi-fi speakers over in the corners. I'm not doing that. I'm not going to do that. I was thinking of getting more or less the same sort of things that I could see on those JBLs. They're very small variable, you know. You can get some ones that are a little bit larger, but you can get them smaller. And possibly 2 ways to fit them on the speaker. So you got so I can adjust the mid-range and height and the tweeter, which would be very useful. I could either fit them on the front, so the wedge on the JBL is like this. It's that angle there, and it's wedged at the top. I could either drill some holes and then attach the and then so so I reach up and then I just adjust them, or I could put them a little bit lower down on the side of the speaker. So they'll be a little bit lower down on the side of the speaker on one side, depending on what side I fit them. Or I could fit them underneath the speaker, and as long as there's something there to adjust. But no, absolutely not. I'm not drilling holes in those speakers. It's either put some wires, go through the port, through the base port, and those wires would come out and onto some little and I could bring the wires out, stick them down so they stick to the surface on the speaker, and fit those little variable adjusters and stick them onto the side of the speaker without necessarily drilling holes in the speaker. There's no way I'm drilling holes in that. No way. Got to take the speaker down. I've got to take them all down. Yeah, I think it'd be easier to do it the other way, and I'll still get the same result. I'll then be able to adjust the mid-range if it's sounding a little bit too, and just back it off down a few dB and listen to that and think, okay, that's okay there. That's one way to cut a corner. Otherwise, using more amplifiers is just getting a bit more, just gets more expensive. Or it just adds on to, alternative. There is an alternative here. I need to go into the inside the speaker and make an adjustment to the passive crossover, but I think that make it a very problematic issue. Unless I can get another amplifier that's cheaper, multi-channeled. I don't know, 100 watt I think would be sufficient, even though they're 40 watt. And so if I were subtracting some of the frequency range with some PEQ filters, some of that frequency is subtracted away from the max power rating. Of course, they're increasing it, and then I've got to keep an eye on the low end, of course. Don't know if they do a 1U frame apart from the Behringer. Which the mkIII or EPQ 304 amplifier, the 304s, you've put need 2 of them because I've got 6 chairs. I've got 6 exciters to fit around. That's 2U frame. I don't think they do an amplifier that is 1U frame. That could be 8 channel. Something slim that I can fit in and then just rig it all up. Something simple. It doesn't. I don't think it really needs a whole lot of EQ adjusting, balancing. So it's noticeable in this sort of position, and you have a sound up there, and then once it's all balanced and phased, so you check polarity to make sure it's not in reversed, and then adjust a little bit of the phase. It should work. Should give a good sound. Still feeling lousy. 8 hours in this video. I'm still feeling lousy. Pretty sure it's something I ate. Ow, it hurts. Something not right. Something not right. Feels like I've got a bloody alien. So I'll go back to that pink noise again. And I'll go to the speaker there on the crown, because it'd be easier to mute it on. Yeah, I can hear the difference. I can sense the difference. Maybe, let me try the other one over that end, which would be on channel 4. I'll mute this one here. I'll mute the other ones, I think. Turn number 4. Is it number 4 on? Can't sense it. I'm pretty sure it's connected. Unless I pulled the wire out from the crocodile clip. Oh, it's working. It's working. It's just too far over to one side. It's a little bit too far over the other side, which is a bit difficult to notice it unless I amplify it separately or turn some of the mid-range down on that. But if I turn the mid-range down, it's going to adjust some of the middle range on the other exciter. So it's a bit difficult. Oh, I'm going. Oh. This shit happened last Saturday or last week. This same thing happened last bloody week during the afternoon. Anyway, I'm closing off now. Catch up with my little expectades of surround and beyond later. If I'm not around, means if I'm not around anymore, means I'm dead. I'm in the crossed over to the rainbow. Somewhere over the rainbow, it's more peaceful, and I shall travel the universe eternally.